Today, we're doing Fluidic Expressions V1. Maher, we're very happy to do this one. It will be a strictly Rhino webinar with focus on sub-Ds. So Maher is a fifth-year architecture student at the College of Architecture at Damascus University and is interested in computational design based in Syria. He gained significance in a short amount of time, starting his group courses on Facebook called Rhino and Grasshopper Workshop Webinars, where he publishes his conceptual works pointing towards futuristic architectural and rhinoceros work and his students' work. Maher has been producing works based on these particular understandings of fluid design to build a connection between present and future and the capability of fluid design and generating fluid forms in the future of design. So, welcome, Maher. Glad to have you. And before you start, I want to mention to everyone that after the webinar, you'll get an email with recording link. If you did, usually within 24 hours, depends how long Zoom takes to process it. And also want to remind that not everyone learns at the same pace. So if you feel like you can't keep up, feel free to just sit back and watch the live and then go back to the recordings. Of course, you should ask questions. We ask that you do so with the Q&A button, so it's easier for us to keep track. If you look at where all your buttons are, there's one button called Q&A. This is so that the questions don't get lost in the chat. If you are chatting in the chat, please switch your thing to say to everyone. Otherwise, you're just writing to me. A few of you still have it set to hosts and panelists, so make sure that you have it set to everyone. Yeah, and with that in mind, let's get this thing started, man. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
1 second, please.
If you have a question, just ask it. We don't do anything with raised hands. So.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Maher.
Thank you for your presentation. Our webinar, I'm going to start our webinar topics today about fluid expression. So our webinar topics, as first one, introduction to Rhino interface.
Are you sharing screen?
Hold on a second.
Yeah, I think you're not sharing screen.
Now, okay.
Yes, now. Yeah.
Sorry.
No
Our webinar topics today about introduction Rhino interface and difference between Nurbs and mesh and sub-D, and introduction to sub-D and how we can use it and how we can generate sub-D forms and its connection to fluid form. And also we're going to talk about sub-D tools and how we can use sub-D tools, every tools in sub-D, and also how we can, from sub-D tools, we can modeling, exercise fluid forms. And if you have any question, we can take the last 30 minutes question Q&A about webinar if you have any question. Okay, let's start now. I'm going to talk about the main basic geometry in Rhino. Let me illustrate this idea first. Our base geometry in Rhino has a 3 geometry. Okay, The first one called mesh, and the second one called sub-D, and the third one called Nurbs. When Rhino started with Nurbs geometry. This is the basic geometry that Rhino works in, and also start with a mesh geometry. Maybe in Rhino version 5 or 6 have geometry mesh and also Nurbs. Rhino version 7 sub-D geometry has came up in Rhino 7, and it changes the Rhino basics modeling, and it have more tools in sub-D geometry. Okay, so I'm going to start with meshes. Meshes are made of vertices, something like this. If you have this vertex and also this one and also this one, and if we want to connect these vertices between edges, this is called edge in mesh, and this is called a vertices. Okay, and we have a shape triangle called face. This is a mesh we can made of vertices. Okay, and hold on a second. Okay. Meshes are made of vertices, so we have these edges, so made up of vertices, and we have the face of meshes. This is the mesh we can generate from vertices or from edges or from faces. So, our Nurbs, different between meshes and Nurbs. Nurbs, we can draw here a curve, something like this, and a second curve, something like this, and also this curve, it made of control point, not vertices, something like this, and also something like this. Any Nurbs geometry, we can represent it in an equation. If you remember in high school, we want a type equation, something like fx equals sine x, for example. The shape we have here is example of sine x. So any type of geometry in Nurbs is equation in mathematical function, and is high quality unlimited geometry. And meshes is a limited quality for geometry. This is the difference between Nurbs and mesh. I'm going to take example for drawing in Rhino. So if you draw here a point, something like this, and also a point here, and a point here, and a point here. I'm going to draw a curve with degree 1, something like this. And so this is the shape. This is not a mesh actually, but representing the mesh idea and how we can make a mesh geometry. So this is a point called vertices, and this is a point called vertices, and this is a point called vertices, and also this is an edge between every point. We have this vertices, and here also this vertices, and also this edge to make edges to make a mesh face. So if we draw here, let's write a text. This is called mesh, and we can write another text called Nurbs. Okay, so I'm going to draw a curve, this curve, and also this curve. I'm going to loft it, this curve, and we have this shape. This shape, when we talk about later, it is generated from mathematical equation, or mathematical function. Any forms in Nurbs, it made out of a mathematical function or mathematical equation. And meshes are not made from mathematical equation, are made of vertices and edges and also mesh faces. Okay, so I'm going to talk about now the main basics element of Nurbs we have in Rhino. So Nurbs element. Nurbs element is divided to four sections. The first one called point, the second one called curves, the third one called surface, and the last one called a polysurface. Any point in Rhino have a coordinate, an x, y, z to the world coordinate. When we draw any point in Rhino, it has an x, y, an x and y, a coordinate to C-plane view. So this is the C-plane view. This is the point I have in Rhino. So the location of this point is located to C-plane. So I'm going to talk about curves. So curves basically have two types of curves. The first one called closed curve, and the second one called open curve. And the closed curve can be transformed into a surface, and the open curve cannot be transformed into a surface. Okay, we should know this idea before we start. And also, curves divided into two sections: curves with degree 1 or curves with degree 2 or 3. So when we want to make fluid forms and we want to make organic forms, the degree in curve should be 2 or 3 degree to make the fluidic form. Okay, so example, curve with degree 1, we have shape something like this, and every corners of this curve have something called control point. Okay, and if we draw a smooth curve, something like this, this is the control point in degree between 2 or 3. We can change this to 4 or 5 or 6. It doesn't matter how much the degree is. The more we add the degree, the more we have a more smooth curve, something like this. For example, let's take this is 2 and this is 3, and if we have something like this, 4 or also 5. Okay, so this is the idea of degree of the curve. The last idea Also, we have something called surface in Rhino. And there are also two types of surfaces. We have degree 1 or degree 2 or 3. Okay. So the surface with degree 1 is shaped like this, triangled, for example. And degree 2 or 3, we have something like this. Every surface has direction. This is direction U, and this is direction V. And this is degree. It could be 2 or 3 or 4. But every direction of the surface has a different degree. This could have 2, and this could have 3, or maybe this is also could 1, and also this could be 4. Okay. For polysurface, we have also two types of polysurface. We have the open polysurface, open one, and also closed one. I'm going to draw a simple shape. Let's say a box. We don't want to forget, and this box is Nurbs geometry, and this is a high quality mathematical equation if we draw this box, okay? And if we draw an open box, I'm going to change the color. This edge is called naked edges, and this edge, and this is called edge. This is an open polysurface, this is a closed polysurface. Why we want to explain about Nurbs? Because we want to know the difference between sub-D and Nurbs object. Okay, so this is a polysurface, closed or open polysurface. The main problem in Nurbs geometry is that Nurbs geometry do not have any counterpoint to change it. We do not have something like this. We can change the type of geometry. We can make try on turn on the counterpoint of this shape or turn on the vertex of this shape, but is not going to be that if you turn it on the sub-D counterpoint. This is the difference between Nurbs and sub-D. Okay, and Nurbs have across subdivided lines. This is called an isocurve lines. Okay, so if I want to draw a box in sub-D, for example, or sub-D box, sub-D mesh, sorry, this is not called isocurve in mesh. This is sub-D, this is mesh, and this is polysurface. So in polysurface, this line is called isocurve, and in sub-D, this edges of this curve called edges, and this surface called face. Okay, and also in mesh, this is called edge, mesh edges, and this is called face. So the difference in Nurbs, we cannot change or move or pull this face, and sub-D modeling we can change this face, and we can drag it wherever we want, up and down or left or right, and rotate it and scale it. And the same idea in mesh. So the last idea. So Nurbs is non-uniform racial spline, a mathematical representation of 3D geometry, like I said before, and also sub-D is new geometry, can be editable, high accurate shapes and mesh is collection of vertices and polygon that define the shape of polyhedra object, or we could call it a polygon or mesh object. Okay, so the last idea, sub D, is mixture between Nurbs and also what? Mesh. We have something called sub D. Okay, now I'm going to talk about sub D elements. Sub D basics elements have also 4 elements in Rhino. There's the first one called also vertices, and the second one called edge, and the third one called face, or we can call it polygon or quad or triangle. I'm going to draw triangle. This is shapes we have, and also the last one called sub D object. Okay, so in sub D elements or sub D geometry in Rhino, we also have sub D object 2 types. Also we have an open sub D, and we have also a closed sub D. Okay, this is the idea of sub D geometry. Okay, so I'm going to start with Rhino interface. So if we open Rhino interface, the Rhino interface is very simple. We have the first window title. If we want to open file, we want to save a file, we want to insert, we want to import a file, we want to print and exit the file. Okay, so I'm not talking about too much. To make a new file, we can if you want to make a new file, we have something called a new. And if we want to change to save the change of this file, we can cancel it. Okay, so if we look at the window title of Rhino, the first title and the first toolbar in Rhino, we have something called curve, we have something called surface, and sub D, and solid, and mesh. So I'm going to talk about first about something called curve. In this webinar, we want to draw a simple curve to have the basic of sub D geometry. This model is sub D geometry. I get this model from a curves that I draw in Rhino. So every sub D model, it should have a 2D drawings, so I can make my geometry looks exactly the 2D I draw in curves. Okay, so we have this site plan, and if we saw here the process of the project, we have something called curves drawn in this idea. Okay, so I'm going to start representing the window title bar. So the first one is called curve, like I say in Nurbs. We want to use in this webinar a command called curve. Okay, so if we remember, a curve has 2 types. The first one is degree 1, or the second one is degree 2 or 3. If we look at the curve command, it has a degree here called 2. We can change it. We can write here 3, and we can write here 4, or maybe 5, whatever degree we want. Okay? So if we type here degree 1, we have this shape. So this is not a shape for sub-D modeling that we want in our webinar, but it's not wrong to use it for sub-D modeling. Sub-D modeling is not about just fluidic form, but it can be easy to make a geometry from a fluidic form by sub-D modeling in Rhino. Okay, so if we want to make a command curve, we want to have a smooth curve. We can change here the degree. We can change it to 2 or 3 maybe, and we can draw the shape. Okay, we cannot draw this shape and يعني hold on a second. If we have a rectangle here and this rectangle is subdivided something like this, and if you want to draw a curve inside this shape, this is the best idea to draw a curve. We can select here a point, and also a point, and also a point, also a point. So this shape has control point in this area. Okay, so if I want to draw this shape again, I can draw it easily. I have something like this. I have the same shape. So if I draw a curve without any grid or without anything, something like this, and if I want to draw this shape again, I cannot get the same result if I try to do it the same shape I draw it before. Okay, so this is the idea of drawing curves. Okay, so again, we have something called command called curve. We can write it. We can select it from here, from window title, and we have something called line or freeform, something called freeform control point. This is also mean command curve. We can draw it in this shape, and we can select it from this icon. If we press the left button on mouse, we have this shape or command called curve. Okay, so if we change the degree, if we have 5 degree, if you see the curvature of this curve is different from this degree. Okay, so this is the idea about curve and the degree. Okay, there are other ways to draw a curve. We can actually draw many points. Okay, instead of clicking the left button on mouse, we can click the right button, and we have something called curve through point. Curve through point is a command. Instead of drawing a curve, we can draw a point, and the path of this point we have a curve. If we click here the right button, and we also select all the point, and we have also this shape. So if you want to change the degree of this shape, we should tell the degree, sorry, we should change the degree to 2 or 3 or 4 maybe, or 6. So when I have changed the degree, the smooth of this curve, or the curvature, this curve has changed. So I want it to be 3. This is perfect. Okay. Usually when we draw curves in Rhino, we take the degree between 2 or 3. We do not change it bigger than 2 or 3. Okay. So this is the idea about curves. The last idea on command curve. If we see here, we have something called subd friendly. So if I click this on and we have it yes, I drew a curve in the same way, and also this curve has a control point. If you want to turn on the control point, we should select the curve and we can press on the keyboard F10 and we have the control point. If you want to remove the control point, we can press escape to escape the control point. Or we have command called points on. We can select this curve and we can turn on the control point, or we can turn off the control point. We have something called points off, and we have turn off the control point. Okay, so if I want to the main idea of control point, and if we want to change the shape of the curve, this is the idea of control point. We wanted something like this, and we want something like this, and we can change the shape that we want throughout the control point. The problem with control point is that it have a distance. Any control point have distance between the curve and the control point. This distance. So if you want to change it, we have a command called wait, and the command wait changes the distance between the curve and the control point. If we change it, or not, I'm sorry, not in subd curve. If we have a simple curve, if we turn on the control point, if we apply the command wait, we have this is the title of command wait. If we change this, if we could see the curvature of this curve changes around the control point. So it changes the distance between the control point and the curve. And if we have limited 10, we can change it here. We can type here 20. This is not number I want, maybe 30, 100 maybe. Okay, so we have a simple problem here that we increase as the number of weight. We have something like this, and this curve looks like a degree 1 in this area, and this area is 2 or 3. But if we zoom in, it's actually it have a curvature shape, not degree 1 or degree 2 or 3. We don't know actually if this is 2 or this is a degree C. We don't actually matter about this idea, but we want to know, and degree 1 is shaped like this, and if you have degree 2 or 3, we have something like this. Okay, so if you want draw a curve through subd, we can turn on the command curve, and we can press yes on subd friendly, and we can draw this shape. Okay, so this is the first idea about a curve with subd friendly. I want to exit this viewport. We can double click on this icon, and we can go to perspective mode or perspective viewport, and we want to go the shape that we have it. We can type here ZS and space. We have zoom selected this curve. Okay, so if you want to extrude this curve and extrude this curve, let me draw. Hold on a second. So if you remember, this is called a sub-D curve, right? Because we activated command called sub-D friendly. And this is a Nurbs curve. Okay, so if we extrude this sub-D friendly, we have this shape called sub-D object. And if we extrude this curve, we have something called a surface. A surface has also control point, and a sub-D object has also control point. Okay? What I mean is, this is a Nurbs curve. Oh, I accidentally. Okay. This is a sub-D curve, and also this is a simple curve. So if we want to extrude this curve through Gamble, we have the sphere icon. We can move it up, and we have this shape. This is a shape of open sub-D. Okay, this is a sub-D object, and if we extrude this one through Gamble, we have a surface, simple surface. So this is a surface of Nurbs surface, and this is also what? A sub-D object. Okay? Okay. So if I want to change the shape of this object of surface, I can draw on the control points through F10, and I have this is not came from extrusion surface. This is came out not very control point have. Okay, let me rebuild it. I want to rebuild this shape. We have a command called rebuild to change the degree of the shape and change the control point count on the surface. If we apply command called rebuild, we have points count. Actually, we have points count 5 and 2, and we have a degree through 3 and 1. And we want to change it to 3, 3, and we can change here 10 by 10 on U direction and V direction, and we have this shape. Okay, so if we turn on the F10, we have something called control point. Also, the control point have distance between the main surface and the control point. So if you want to change the shape, we can actually drag and change the shape of control point. We have something like this. Okay, so this is the idea of control point of surface. If we remember, we talked earlier about this edges or this curves called isocurve. Okay, and in sub-D we have this sub-D object. This edge is called sub-D edges. If we select this, we have something called sub-D edges. Okay, so if you want to select this object, we can press the left button on mouse, and we can select it normally. Okay, if you want to select the sub-D object, okay, also we can press the left button on mouse. If you want to select these edges or these vertices or this face, we can press Ctrl Shift, and we can select the sub-D vertices, or we can select the sub-D edges, or also we can select the sub-D face. So this is the nurse problem, that we cannot select any faces of this surface. We cannot press Ctrl Shift on this one. We can select all of the surface in once. Okay, so I'm going to delete that. I don't need anymore. I'm going to talk about this. Okay, so if we press Ctrl Shift, we can actually drag and move this face in the direction that I want it. And we can also select these edges and we can pull it down and we can rise up this one and we have this shape. Okay, so I'm going to analyze the element the last time. So this is a set the edges, and the end of every edge is called vertices or vertex. This is vertex, and also this is vertex, and this is called sub the edges, edge, and this is called face. The idea I didn't talk about, a sub-D is short for subdivision. Okay, subdivision means when we have this shape and we want to subdivide it in sub-D, if we apply the command subdivide, this is called a face. Every face of sub-D become 4 faces. We have something like this across, and we have this face and this face and also this face. So that's the idea of subdivide. Okay, or subdivision. The entire sub-D object will be subdivided. The more we subdivide it, the more quality we have of this shape or sub-D object. Okay, but there is an idea: if we subdivided sub-D object too much, we don't really get the smooth of the sub-D object. I mean, if we apply a command called subdivision or subdivide, we have something called subdivide, and if I want to change the subdivision of the sub-D, I'm going to apply more, add more, add more. Okay, we have an unlimited quality of sub-D object. If we zoom in, we have the curvature of sub-D. So if I want to change an edge or faces in this sub-D object, something like this, if I want to pull it up, I have very hard to control these edges or these faces. So this is the idea of subdivided. So when I want to create a sub-D modeling or sub-D project, this is the best shape or subdivision faces count that I want in sub-D project. I actually can't work with the subdivision faces in this shape. Okay, so sub-D has two types of shapes, or we can call it two modes. The mode 1 called box mode. If we press on the keyboard tab, we have this shape. If we press on the tab more, we return the sub-D object. So this is the smooth mode, and this is the box mode, sorry, and this is the smooth mode. Okay, so in order to select this object, we can also press Ctrl Shift and Ctrl Shift and Ctrl Shift, and we can delete these faces. Okay, so we have this shape, and if we want to select these edges, we can also delete it, or we can select these edges and also delete it, and we can delete a vertices. Okay, so this is the idea of sub-D object. Okay, the last idea I'm going to talk about if I want to select in Control Shift, I can select only on edges. If I want to select a loop edges, I can press Control Shift and double click on the right bottom, left bottom. We can also select all the edges in sub-D object that are in one loop, and I can also delete this. So this is the best way to delete and sub-D edges. This is not the right way to select this one and delete it. It will have many problems when we have this shape. This shape called not clean typology, we can call it. Okay, so the best idea to delete in edges, we can Control Shift and select a full loop of sub-D object. Okay, so let's start the main tools of Rhino. Oh, not tools of Rhino, main sub-D tools in Rhino. Okay, so we are going to start from left. We have if we look at the third title bar in Rhino or main toolbar, we have standard tab, we have C-plane tab, we have a surface tab, we have something called curve tools and surface tools and sub-D tools tab. Okay, we are going to start with sub-D tools. So let's start with something called sub-D plane. I usually make the command sub-D from icons, or we can write the command immediately. We can write something called sub-D plane. We can write the command from command to write it, and we can also select the icon of create sub-D plane. So I press this icon of create this plane. Before we start, every command in Rhino has many steps to make the command. Some commands have many steps. Some commands have only one step or two steps. So this is the first step I want. We have something first corner of rectangle. So if I want to draw a shape like this, first corner and second corners, we have this shape. So if we press the tab button, we have the box mode and we have the smooth mode. And all this shape is called face. If we press the tab mode, we have something called vertices. If we remember here, when we draw a Nurbs surface, this shape, Nurbs surface has a control point. Through F10 we can turn on the control point, right? So if we turn on the control point in sub-D, sub-D has also control point and something like this. So we do not want to forget, and this is called control point. I'm going to subdivide it so you can understand. Okay, so this is a control point, this is a vertices in sub-D. This is called no, not this one. Okay, this is called sub-D control point, and this is called sub-D vertex. Okay, so there is a difference between sub-D control point and sub-D vertices. This is the idea of sub-D plane. Okay, so I'm going to draw it again. Sub-D plane, we can draw a sub-D plane in many ways. We can draw it in 3-point, we can draw it vertical, we can draw it in center, we can draw it round curve, we can draw it no, there is no option here. Okay, so if we want to draw it in 3-point, we can actually select the first one and the second one and the third one, and we have the same shape. For the length and the width, we have this rectangle or this box here. Okay, so this is in box mode, this is a smooth mode. Okay, If you want, if I want to change the number of faces in subd plane, we can also type create subd plane, and we can change his x and y count. We can type here maybe 6, or maybe we could type here 10, and we want to draw it in simple way, the first corner and the second corner. We have this shape. If we press tab, if you want to compare this one to this one, we have increased the face number. Okay, so when we have increased the face number, we have more smooth shape and more quality of subd object. Okay, if we look at the corners, we have always a smooth corners or filleted corners, fillet surface corners around the corners in subd object. If we want to make this corner sharp, we can change this, but later, not now. So we have this shape if we change it the number of polygon or number of faces. Okay, so if I want to select in Ctrl Shift, we can select this face, and we can drag it and gamble, and we have the shape, or we can extrude it. Okay, this is the idea of subd plane. So if we press on tab keyboard, we have the box mode, and we have the smooth mode. This shape has also control point. We can change here the control point, and we can move this up and left to the right, whatever direction I want. We have this shape. Okay. Subd plane has something called round curve. This is not really useful in subd plane. If we draw a simple curve here, okay, so if I rotate my viewport, I'm going to perspective from top. So if I draw a subd plane, and we have something called round curve, we can select the first step to select the curve, and we can set the center of the rectangle, and we have the subd plane around the curve. We can draw it, round curve, select the curve, and we can also get this shape. Okay, so this is the idea about a round curve. I don't know actually what's the benefit of this command, but this is what it does. Okay, so this is a subd plane. So we have in subd tools, we have the main basic shape that we want. If we want to draw a box, subd box, or cylinder subd, or coin subd. If we want to create a subd coin, every types of subd object has a number of faces, vertical faces and round faces. If we draw something like this, a subd coin, we have this shape. We can also select, if you want to select this loop, we can press Ctrl Shift, and we can also select loop, and we can select only the face, and we can also not only select the edge loop, we can also select the face loop. If you press Ctrl Shift on this face, and if we press double button on the left button on the mouse, we have this shape, and we can delete it, for example, or we can also select it and we can scale it. Okay, or we can, for example, rotate it. Okay, so this is the subd selection, the main idea of sub-D selection. We can also select this one. From about selection, we can press Ctrl Shift if we want make a huge selection, not only one loop, but many loops we want. So we can press Ctrl Shift and we can select from right to left, and we can select this one, and also, for example, this one. No, not this one. I'm sorry. We can select this one and we can delete it. And we can also select this one and we can delete it instead of clicking on the main face and double click and select loop. Okay, so this is idea of selection. So if we press Alt Tab, we have the box mode and the smooth mode. I don't want to talk about every sub-D object. So we have sub-detors. We have also something called sub-D box. This is going to talk about later. Okay, so this is the main basic shape in sub-D tools. Sub-D cylinder. Okay. Every shape have a control point and also vertices and faces. Okay, so if I want to draw in box mode, not in box mode, actually a sub-D box, we have a sub-D box. Okay, if I want to see this box in box mode, I have this shape. So it's similar to this one, Nurbs box. Okay, so this is Nurbs box, it's a sub-D box. So when we talk about this idea, so we can select Ctrl Shift also in Nurbs, we can select the surface here. In sub-D object, we can select here the faces or edges or vertices. Okay, we can drag it and pull. We can also here in Nurbs, we can Ctrl Shift this edges and we can also drag it, but we cannot select this vertices or this point because this is not a vertices or this is not a point. This is called an isocurve in Nurbs geometry. Okay, so the main idea in Gumball in sub-D tools we want to talk about, if I hold on to Ctrl Shift on the keyboard, we have many ways to change the typology of this shape of this box. Okay, the first idea, if we want to extrude it, we can extrude it from this sphere icon. So every extrude we have an edge loop, all the shape. We can delete it or we can keep it. Okay, so if I have select all the faces in the top, I can extrude this shape. I can also select this face and extrude it and extrude this shape, and I can also change this one and move it up. So this is the shape that I want from extrude sub-D. If I see the smooth mode, I get this shape. Okay, so this is the idea about selecting and moving and dragging. And the last idea that I want to talk about before I explain the other tools in Rhino, if I want to select, I'm gonna repeat this idea. If I want to delete this edges in Rhino smooth mode, we have this problem. This is a very big problem if I have it in sub-D object. Okay, so the best way to delete these edges, and we can select loop and we can also delete these edges. Okay, if I Control Shift these faces and I'm going to delete it. So if I select this object, I have something called Open sub-D. Okay, so if I undo the step, I have something called close sub-D. So the main sub-D object we have is something called open sub-D and something called close sub-D. Sometimes open sub-D do not run the command very well in Rhino. Okay, and the close sub-D runs the command in very perfect way in sub-D tools. Okay, not always actually, but sometimes. So this is the idea of sub-D box. Okay. Okay. If we look here, these icons, we have something called sub-D sweep 1, sub-D sweep 2, and sub-D loft. Okay, so this is the main important commands for sub-D modeling. I'm going to draw a simple illustrate that, simple sketch, so you can understand the main idea of sub-D tools. Okay, sub-D tools has many tools. The first one we take sub-D plane. Okay, and we have something called also sub-D box, and we want to talk about now something called a sub-D loft, sub-D sweep 1, sub-D sweep 2. Okay, so in Rhino Nurbs, in Nerb geometry, we usually draw a curve, something like this, and draw a curve, and we want to make a surface between these curves. We write the command called loft. So loft, it make a surface between two curves. Okay, it make a surface or a polysurface. Okay, so any curve have a control point, right? And also this one have a control point. When we apply the command loft, the control point count should be exactly the same one, the other curve count of the control point. So if this is 10 control point, this is also should have a 10 control point. If this is 20, this should be also 20 if we want to loft this curve. Okay, so this idea in sub-D loft is also very important. So if I have a simple curve and we have a simple curve also, no, not like this, something like this. This one has a 10 control point, this one has a 5 control point. If we want a sub-D loft, we have an open sub-D with something like this. Okay, this is not the shape we want because it's not a clean typology. Okay, if you want a clean typology, we should what? Rebuild this one and also rebuild this curve to get a nice typology. We can rebuild it 20, also we can rebuild it 20. So we have this shape of sub-D object. This is called a face also. Usually between every control point we have a face. Okay, I'm gonna apply this one. So if we draw here a curve, okay, and also if we draw another curve, I'm going to change the contour point of this curve. If we select the both of this curve and apply the command called subd loft, and we have this shape. This is not a clean typology because the contour point is not the same count of the other curve. Subd loft has other commands in subd loft toolbar. If we right click here, we have the corners, sharp edges, not smooth edges, and we can also adjust shape segment. We have here 10 segment. We can change it to 20. No matter how I have changed it in subd loft commands, I will not get the same result if I have rebuilt the two curve I have. Okay, so I'm going to make a copy of this one. I'm going to rebuild this one. I'm going to take one 20 by 20. I'm going to make a degree 3. This is a command called rebuild. I'm gonna press OK. So I'm gonna apply now something called subd loft. Okay, this is subd loft I have. So if you could see the difference between the first one and second one, okay, I'm gonna press corners. I'm gonna change this shape, adjust shape segment. We can have 4 maybe, not 4, maybe 10. Okay, this is looking great. And we can also apply here subd loft, and we can adjust it. So this is a difference between this shape and this shape. In here, we did not apply a command called rebuild. Here, we apply a command rebuild. So this is the idea of rebuild. This is very important if you want to make a subd loft and subd object to get a subd object. Okay, so this is a subd loft. If I want to understand the subd loft command, if we go to the left viewport, if we draw a simple facade, simple elevation of curves, you can also change the contour point of these curves. You can delete this one. Okay, I'm going to rotate this one, and we have a simple facade or elevation. Okay, so I'm going to apply a command called bend, so I can change the shape of this curve. Oh, hold on a second, I want to change the C-plane. The C-plane is now in direction of left viewport. I want to change it to become in the top. This is called set C-plane toward top. So my C-plane is going to be the top direction. So I'm going to apply command bend here. We can select this one and this one, and we have this shape. and we can also apply command bend, and we have this shape. Okay, so if you want when we apply the command bend, the counterpoint of the main curve has changed. Okay, so we can rebuild it also, all this curve, maybe 10 counterpoint. This is great. So we can also drag this one. No, let's keep it like that. Okay, I'm going now to apply a command called subd loft. We can select this curve and select this curve, and we can apply command subd loft. Okay, so I'm going to apply corners, and we can adjust shape segment. Maybe we can apply 5, we can 10, maybe it's good. Okay, so we can also apply subd loft command on this curve and this curve, and we have the shape, and we can apply here corners. We can adjust shape segment, and we can also write this 10. We want the number of faces have the same number of the other subd object. Okay, so if I want to change the location of these edges, I can press Ctrl Shift, and I can select also the loop. If I select the loop, I have the corners. The corners have a creased angle, not a smooth angle. So this is the idea of the corners in subd loft. I'm going to repeat my answer. The idea, I'm going to repeat the command. Hold on a second. If I apply now something called subd loft, okay. Apply command subd loft. We have here something called corners. We have something called creases. We have something called closed. Okay. So if apply here corners, we have not a box mode in subd object. If we turn off the corners, we have this type of edges, the smooth edges. Okay, so this is the idea of corners. So if I want, I'm gonna apply this one, subd loft, and we can adjust shape segment. We have 10 segment, and we have press the corners icon. We have this shape. If I want to change, I'm going to hide this shape. If I want to change the shape of this subd object, I can press Ctrl Shift. I'm going to hide my curve. You can also select Ctrl Shift these edges, and we can also move the edges, something like this. Or not all the edges, maybe, but also this one. Do not select the last one. We have something like this. Okay, so if you press Show, we have this shape. Maybe we could also select this one. We can hide this curve, and we can also select these edges. And we can select it and move it up a little bit. Okay, I can also, if we see here, I have not a good result here. I can also change this shape here. I can select this one, and I will have this shape. Okay, so this is the idea of sub-D loft. Okay, so before I'm going to talk about sub-D sweep 1 or sub-D sweep 2, if I want to make this object a single one, sub-D object, and also this is a sub-D object, I want this two sub-D object become one sub-D object through a command called bridge. Okay, so I have a command in sub-D tools called bridge. What does the command bridge do? If I have a simple face or sub-D face and also another sub-D face. Okay, and in Nurbs we usually have a simple surface and other simple surface also this is one called surface and this also called a surface. Okay, if we want to make this two object in one object, we should join it. We apply the command join to make the surface in one object. In sub-D tools, the idea of join is a little bit different. If you want to make sub-D object in one sub-D object, we should apply the command bridge. We can also apply the command join, but the main idea of the command bridge, if we have segment here or edges here, sub-D edges, and we have here sub-D edges, and we have also here one sub-D edges. We cannot here apply the command bridge because the main idea of the command bridge is should have the same edges that we are applying should be the second one. If we have here two edges, we should also have two edges. If you have here three edges, we should also have here three edges. Okay, so this is the first one, 1, 2, 3, and also this one, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I'm going to repeat this again. So I have something called sub-D object. I have something called here sub-D object. If I want to connect this two sub-D object in one to sub-D object, I apply the command called bridge. So I have this shape. When I apply the command bridge, it creates a third faces between these two sub-D object, and we get this results of one sub-D object. Okay, so I'm going to apply this command on this shape. We can select this one, and we can try it here, the command bridge. The command bridge has two steps. Select the first edges and select the second edges. Select second set of edges to bridge. So I'm going to select this one. And we have this shape. So I want sub-D object to be a mixture between hard edges and also smooth edges. Not all the edges should be smooth in sub-D modeling. Okay, so if we press here the right click on the command crease, we have something like this. Okay, so crease it puts the shape between two modes, between smooth and the box mode. So we have a sub-D object have two modes, not only one mode. So this is the idea of crease. I'm going to repeat this later so I can apply the command bridge. Okay, in a bridge command we have something called segment. We have 1, we have 2, we can change it, we have 3 or maybe 5. If we look here, we can change here the number of segment in command bridge. In this sub-D object, we should put the number here 1, and we have this shape. Okay, if we look at in the render mode, we have this shape. Okay, so if you want to complete this process, we should select this curve, and I'm going to zero scale this one. I'm going to select this icon of scale. I'm going to write here 0. I'm going to move up vertical, and I have this shape. I can move it a little bit so I can get this shape, or maybe move it backwards. And I can select this curve and this curve, and I can rebuild it. I can also rebuild it in 10-point count, and same degree of all the curves. I could also apply the command called sub-D loft. I should also apply corners, and it's just shape segment. We should type here 10. So we can move it down a little bit. We should also select this one. We can apply here bridge, and we can also select this one, and we can apply here bridge. So I have this shape. I'm going to change this mistake, but not now. I'm gonna press OK, and we have this shape. Okay, so this is the idea of sub-D, that we can change also this one. We can push it down, we can move it up. We can also select the edge loop of this sub-D object. If we don't like the curvature here, we can delete these edges. If we remember here, we have to save the typology of sub-D object. We cannot select these edges and delete it. This is going to make a lot of mistakes and problems. So the first idea of delete segment, we can select loop and delete it. Oh, no, sorry, not like this. Select this one, delete, and also select this one, delete. Okay, so this is the idea of sub-D object. We can also mirror. I have now a C-plane in left viewport. I'm going to make C-plane on top. So I'm going to mirror this shape, and we have this shape. We can also we want to make this two sub-D object in one object. We can apply also here the bridge command. We can select these edges, and also this one, we can apply here space 1, also 2, 3, 4. I think I made a mistake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or 5. And I have this shape. So here I don't want to crease this edges. I want to remove this crease. I have this shape. Okay, I want to have segments in the middle. So I press here, I type here 2. So I could have this segment here. I'm gonna press on OK. Okay, so I'm going to select these edges. I'm going to select loop. I'm going to push it down a little bit so I can change the shape here, and we have this shape. Okay, so this is the idea of bridge, and we can also bridge this one. Five edges, and also here 5 edges, and we can connect it, and we should keep the segment 2 here, so we can change the shape here. I'm gonna press here OK. So I'm going to select this loop. I'm going to push it down a little bit. We have here a problem. When I want to push this shape, I have hard of pulling down or pulling left or right the sub-D object. So if I have this problem, what should I do? I should select the edge loop of here, and also we should select the edge loop of this object, and we can delete this object. And we can also select this one, and also this one, and delete it. So when I move these edges, or loop edges, I have a better move of sub-D object. Okay, so we want to push up this one a little bit, so we can select Ctrl Shift and we can apply this one, and we can also select Ctrl Shift from right to left, and we can pull this up, and we have this shape of sub-D object. Okay, so this is the idea of bridge command. Anyone have any question? He can ask me. So we can here test make a clipping plane command, clipping plane for a section. We can apply here command called clipping plane. So clipping plane, we can write it down, something called clipping plane. Okay, I'm going to draw a plane. I'm going to rotate it, and we have this shape. So this is the shape I want of bridge command. Okay, so any section should have a thickness. So I don't have any thickness in sub-D object, so this is called an open sub-D. If we want to convert the sub-D object from an open sub-D to a closed sub-D, we should have thickness for sub-D object, right? So we have a command in Rhino or sub-D tools called an offset sub-D. Okay, we can apply here this command. We can here change the distance, and we have something called solid and both sides, and we have also here the arrows we have here is the direction of sub-D offset. So if we press right button on this object, we can change the direction of this arrow. If we press once again, we can also stay the same direction that we have earlier. Okay, so I can here change the distance of sub-D object. We did get nothing because the thickness is very small, so I can change the scale a little bit. I have a command called scale in Rhino. We can change the scale. Maybe you could try 100 meters. This is good. Okay. Hold on a second. I want to be my sub-D object between this shape. I'm going to scale up a little bit. Okay. So this is called open sub-D. If I want to make a thickness for it, I'm going to make an offset sub-D. So this is an offset sub-D. We have a distance called 0.4. We can try 0.7. No, we should make a bigger thickness. Maybe 4. Okay. So we have this thickness with sub-D. Okay. We can also, if we have thickness, uh, we can also add the subdivision edge to sub-D faces, but we have if we have 2 segments only rather than 4, sub-D object will be a bad object if we make this idea. But I'm going to apply it in the right way. Sometimes it makes a problem, sometimes not. Okay, so this is the idea of so if I want if you remember, we have something called sub-D, and sub-D is short for subdivision, and we have the command called subdivision. If we apply here subdivide or subdivision, every face of sub-D is subdivided to 4 faces. We have here face and here face and here face. The question I have here right now, if I want only 2 faces, not like this, not 4 faces, only 2 faces, we could do this by applying the command called insert edge. I'm going to talk about it later. We can select this loop and we can apply the command insert edge. We can apply here, sorry, there is a mistake in this shape. We have a little problem in this shape because maybe the edges here are too small. I'm going to insert edge here. Okay, we have a problem with this shape actually, because when we apply the command insert, apply the command bridge, we forgot to move up the edges in the right way. Okay, no problem. I'm going to delete all of this. I'm going to not delete all of this on this part. I have undo multiple steps because I have a problem with this shape. So I'm going to answer a question again. If I want a second, I'm going to scale it. Let's have this 100, and we can zoom in on this shape. Okay. If I want this face should be divided two faces, not 4 faces, we should apply a command called insert edge. So the command insert edge, we should select an edge first, select loop, and I don't know what is going on. There is something with this shape when I scale it. That's weird. When I rescale this shape, the command applying when I stay in this shape. Okay, no problem. So I'm going to apply a command called insert edge, and insert edge is divided the segment I selected into this path I want, and we can have in this shape we can have this face and also this face. Okay, so if I want to subdivide it also 4 faces, we can also insert edge from this direction. We can select these edges and we can have this shape. Okay, so this is the idea of having only 2 faces, not 4 faces instead of subdivision. Okay, there's the idea of subdivision. If we have subdivided this shape, we cannot get back to the main shape that we have aerial. We cannot get back to this shape. If we have this shape, we cannot get back on this shape. Okay, so this is the idea of subdivide. Okay, so we was talking about something called offset sub-d. We want to have a thickness for sub-d. We can apply command called sub-d offset sub-d, and we can change here the distance. We can apply here a big number because I don't know what the problem is. So I have this shape. We have a thickness. So if we apply here a command called clipping plane for section, we can apply here the command section, and we have the thickness of sub-d object. Okay, so this is the idea of an offset sub-d. We can also turn on the control point of sub-d geometry. We can change it. We can pull this up. We can drag this up, and we can pull this down, and we can have the shape and something like this. This is interesting. Okay, so this is the idea of the bridge command. Okay, if you want to see the shape ground, we should draw a simple box here, and we have this shape. Okay, for example, if I want to make a door here, and I want to make an open here for to people to come in this building, for example, I can here select the control point here. I can move up. So here I made a mistake. I shouldn't pull this vertex in this way. I should move it in another way. So I can here press the gumball icon. Okay. Hey. I press here the gumball icon. Left click on the gumball icon, and we have something called relocate gumball. So relocate gumball, it changes the gumball direction. It makes the gumball direction it's the same direction of this wall. So we can apply command relocate gumball, and we can make the gumball direction in this wall, and we have the gumball direction in the same direction of the wall. And we want to remember we select only this edge to move it up a little bit. So we can drag it, and we have this shape. Okay, so this is the idea of the gumball if you want to change sub D. And we can also pull this up a little bit. We can, not this one, maybe we should keep this one on the ground. Select it from here. Okay, this is good. We have something like this, and we can also move it up. So as we talk, so we cannot move it up like this. It will make a problem. We should select it. Be careful when you select the edges. It select the other edges from behind, and if you move it, we have these problems. So be careful with selecting edges. So I'm going to select this one. I'm going also to change the gimbal direction. I'm going to apply a command, relocate gimbal. So I have it in this direction of this wall. I want to remind you that before we start any project, we should turn on the on snap, and we should turn on also the end snap and the near, the point, the mid, the intersection, also the vertices. But one of them we shouldn't turn on the on snap. It's the snap center. We don't need it actually, because Rhino don't need it any. So we don't need it actually. Okay, so I'm going to select these edges. I'm going to relocate gimbal. I'm going to change of direction of the gimbal. I'm going to have this shape, so we can move it also, and we have this shape. Okay, we have here a simple problem, I think. No, not a problem. We should also push this down, push it, and we can also push this up a little bit, and also left, and we have this shape. Okay, for the questions I have, is function like 3D Max? Of course, it's function like 3D Max, sure, but not the same 3D Max functions that we have. Max have edit poly, Rhino don't have edit poly. The command edit poly in 3ds Max, it's the same sub-D tools that Rhino have. Okay, so this is the idea of the connection between Max and Maya and Rhino. We don't want to change this too much. We can select edges, and we can move it up a little bit, and we can also, no, I think maybe we should pull this up, and we can select this one, and we can drag it here, maybe. Okay, that's great. So I'm going to select also this edge loop. I'm going to relocate gimbal again. I'm going to select this one. I'm going to move it up a little bit so I can have this shape. You can also relocate gimbal and move it up a little bit, and we have this shape. Okay. So I want to close this empty space between the sub-D object and the ground floor. So what I'm about to do, I'm going to select loop these edges. If you want and have an edges, we can select Ctrl Shift, and we can press select loop, and we have this full sub-D edge loop. Okay. If we want to select one edges, we can press Ctrl Shift, and we can have this edge only. what I want to do, if I want to close the space between sub-D object and the ground floor, what should I do? We can select sub-D edges, and we can select a sub-D loop, 14 edges, and we can apply the command called duplicate edge. So if we want to make a glass in this area, we should make a connection between sub-D object and Nurbs object. For a glass, we should make a glass Nurbs object, and for the main project, we should have a sub-D object. So when we apply a command called duplicate edge is taking the edges of sub-D and convert it to curves. It means if when I isolate these curves, I have this shape. This shape, I'm going to use it for glass or glass frame. We can select this one and copy it, and we can zero scale this glass, and we can move it vertical. So I'm going to shade the C plane to top, I'm going to move it vertical, move vertical on this area. I'm going to select this curve and this curve. We should apply here the command called loft, not sub-D loft, loft only. When we apply the command loft only, we have a Nurbs surface. Why did we apply the command loft? Why we did not apply the command sub-D loft? Because in Rhino have a problem. When we want to change a material for a sub-D object, we cannot change the material of sub-D face, something like this. If I want to, this material should be glass, and this material wood, for example. Okay, I cannot change the material on sub-D object. If I want to change the material of sub-D object, it changed the whole sub-D object material. So I can, if I can change when I was applying, this is an Nurbs surface and this is sub-D object, I can change it to glass, and I can also change this one to a specific material. Okay, so I'm going to change the layer of this object. I can press here left button. I can here change object layer. Oh, sorry, right button, change object layer. Okay, and we can apply here the materials. We can make here a new material, custom, and left button, assign to object. So we can apply this material on this surface, and we have simple reflection and transparency, so I can have it in render mode. Okay, so I have this material applied to this Nurbs surface. Okay, so if I want to have a glass frame or glass frame, okay, I can go to the facade left, for example. I'm gonna apply on this Nurbs command called contour. Contour, I'm going to explain it in a sketch way. The command contour, if we have a simple surface, for example, cylinder surface, okay, the contour command should have two elements. The main idea of contour, direction, and also the distance. So if I want to contour this object, it creates a curve, a circular curve around this object, and we can control here the distance and also the number of contour. And after this idea, we can apply on this curve command called pipe. So I could have the thickness for this object. Okay. So I'm going to apply here contour from this direction. We should also have direction and number. Every 1 meter, we should also try 2000 because I have not 2000, maybe 5000. Okay, this is great. And we have this shape. I'm going to isolate this surface and this curve. We have this shape. We have a little problem here that we don't want this shape to contour. So I'm going to go to the top. I'm going to draw a simple curve here and mirror it and trim this part. Okay, so this is the part that I wanted. We have here curves. We can select all the curves and deselect the surface. We can apply here the command called pipe. We should have a thickness for the pipe. We can apply here 200 maybe. 200 is very small. We should try 2000. Let's try 800. Okay, that's great. I'm going to group all of this. I'm going to show, and we have this shape. Okay, so this is the connection between Nurbs and the subd object. If you want to make a glass, we should make it with Nurbs. If we want to make an outer shell of an object, we should make it with subd. If we want to make a fluid forms. Okay, so this is the main tool, subd of Rhino. I'm going to complete the subd tools. So if we want to complete it, we have something called subd loft, we have something called sweep 1, sweep 2. So the difference between subd loft and subd sweep 1 and subd sweep 2, subd sweep 1 and subd sweep 2 have a path, and the subd loft don't have a path to make a subd object. So I'm going to apply this idea. I'm going to answer the question, how would we make the roof covering to the closed building? There is a cap command in subd, but it not work the same way that works in Nurbs modeling. If you want to make the cap in this building, the command can don't work actually, because we have a closed subd. So if you want to close this shape, this is a complex shape. There are many ways to close this shape. The first command, we should apply the command first, duplicate edge. So we have this shape. We can split this curve into 2 parts. We can put here a point and also here a point, and we can apply the command split. So I could split this curve and also this curve. And I want to select the object to split. I'm going to select the object. I'm going to select the cutting object. I'm going to select this point, also this point. I'm going to have this object and this object. Okay, I can draw a simple curve between this curve. I'm going to rebuild this curve. We have maybe 4 or 5. I'm going to change the contour point of this shape. We have something like this. Okay. Okay, so I could loft this. No, we can select this one and also this one and also this one. I'm going to loft it. So when I apply the command loft, I have this shape. Okay, I'm going to show. I have closed this top of the building. Okay, But Rhino Loft is one of the ideas I should close the building. So there are many ways. If I want to change this shape, we should change just this curve. We have something like this. We can rebuild it. We could put here 10 point maybe. We can move this up a little bit. Whatever the shape we want it. There is another way, but this way we don't use it actually very much. We can apply the command called here patch, so I can close this shape. I have here surface UV number as the control point of U and the control point of V, and we can apply here OK, and we have something called a patch surface. A patch surface gives me a surface to close this building up. Okay. The problem with patch surface that the patch surface do not take the shape of the curve 100% of the shape. The surface we have is not taking the main shape of this curve. So this is a problem with this command called patch. Okay, so we prefer not to use it always. If we don't have any chance to use other commands, we should use a patch command. Okay, so if we don't apply this idea of loft, we should, if we want to make if we want to close the building with subd loft command, not a loft, we should also here apply the command subd loft, and we have this shape. Okay, so this shape we have, we want an edge between this point. So I'm going to press the command's corners. I'm going to adjust shape segment. Maybe we could put here 10. I'm going to do it. Okay. No, I don't want to make the corners because I want this shape to be smooth, not in box mode. I'm going not to press the corners. I'm going to adjust shape segment. I'm going to put it 10. I'm going to press OK. So we have this shape. Okay. I want to delete the patch surface. We have this shape. So I want to change the shape. I want to make a segment between this one. I can select here an edge loop. Okay. Or we can here apply something called insert point. Instead of insert edge, we can apply a command called insert point. So insert point if we apply a command insert point make a segment between all the segment we have here. So I can press here point and can also add here point in the mid of these edges. We will have this shape. Okay, so if I want to select this one, I can also pull this up. I have some problem here. We can delete this edge. We can also select this one. I think I did not apply the insert point. This one. We can delete it. Okay. We can also delete this one, and we have this shape. I'm going to show. I'm going to scale this up a little bit. I can also apply the command offset sub D. Okay, so we can select all of these, and we can apply the command bridge. Maybe bridge between. We can move it up a little bit. Bridge between this one and also this one, and we have a curvature here, interesting curvature, something like this. And we can also select bridge, this face and also this face, and we have something like this. So we can move it up a little bit. Maybe we can select the edge loop here and the edge loop here. We can delete it. Or we can delete this one, whatever we want, the shape you want it, okay? So we have this shape. If we want to make a hole in this area, we should just select the edge loop, insert edge. We want to insert edge both sides. We have here a command called both sides. So I can have this one I have deleted, and this one we could delete it. Okay, so we can select, we want to close this one. Someone will tell me now we should apply the command cap. The command cap does not work here very good. So we apply here the command cap. Look what's going to happen. It makes a bad geometry when it applies the command cap. So this is a problem when you apply the command cap on this sub-D object. Okay, so I'm going to, if I want to close this open sub-D, I can apply a command here, bridge. I can select here's a loop, the first one, the second one, I have this hole. Okay, so if I want to make this hole not smooth edges, I want to have in box mode, I can apply here the command crease. I will have, we can here change the straightness of bridge also. We have this shape. Okay, we can apply here also bridge, and we can also apply here, and we can turn off the crease, and we can also have this shape. Okay, so this is the idea of if you want to change or if you want to close the top of the building. If anyone had any question, he can ask me. Okay, if you want to make another hole, we should apply, delete this one, and also this one, and also select loop, bridge, select loop, bridge, and crease. We have this shape. We should delete this edge loop, also delete this edge loop, and we can change it whatever we want. Okay, we have unnecessary edges, we should delete it. I have extracted the curve of the command. Sorry, I have extracted. I'm going to answer the question, how did you extract the curve of the roof again? I have selected, I'm going to give you an example. If I have something like this, we press Ctrl Shift of the roof. We can select the edge loop of this hole, select Ctrl Shift, and we apply the command duplicate edge. Duplicate edge, it convert the sub-D edges into a curve. And we apply here duplicate edge, and we have this curve, we can isolate it, and we have this shape. Okay, another question. If you want to close this one with glass, we have this curve, and we apply the command here called patch or loft maybe. the command we want. We have this shape, and we can we want to convert it to glass and make it a contour. So we can isolate this shape. We can apply here the command contour. The command contour should be the left direction or right. It doesn't matter. No, not this is too much. Maybe 2000. Oh, sorry. We have this shape. I'm going to apply command pipe. I'm going to apply a command pipe and this shape, and this ends. It shouldn't be like this. So we have an out curve. Instead of apply a command duplicate edge, we should apply here duplicate border. So if we apply here a command duplicate border, we have this curve, and we can apply here a command pipe, and we have here a pipe 800. We should make it 1000 maybe, so I get this shape. Okay, so I'm going to show, I'm going to apply this material on this surface, and I have this shape. Okay, we can also apply a material on this sub-D object. Yes, if I want a control panel size, we use also Grasshopper, but our webinar is only sub-D modeling. It's very easy. You should use it on Lunchbox plugin. You can change the panel size and the scale and everything you want. Okay, I have a problem here. If you look at this area of this object, we have ugly curvature. We should delete this one, maybe, and also this one, and this one. Oh, we should not delete it both. This one, and this one. And we have something like this. I'm going to decrease these edges. What happened here? Never mind. Maybe this is, we should move it a little bit. Okay. So here's the idea of sub-D tools. What sub-D tools can do, okay? The difference between duplicate edge and the duplicate border, if I have a curve here, I'm going to apply a command called planar surface. Planar surface, I have a closed curve, so I convert this closed curve to a surface, apply here planar surface, okay? I want to have the outer curve of this shape. I apply here the command called duplicate border. So command duplicate border give me the outer curve of this shape, okay, or naked edges of this shape. So if we apply here command, if we select this edge also, this one, and select this edge, we can apply here duplicate edge. So the edge I am selecting, it converts it to a curve. I'm going to apply the duplicate edge, and I have duplicate edge. So this is the difference between duplicate border and duplicate edge. I run a command here, duplicate border. I have this shape, duplicate edge. If I select this one, I have these edges. Okay. So, anyone have any question? He can write it down. Okay. So I'm going to complete. So I was talking about sweep 1 and sweep 2 in sub-D tools. So sub-D sweep 1 or sub-D sweep 2, I'm going to give it example. So if I have a curve here, okay, and I'm going to draw a perspective in sketchboard, something like this, and something like this, and we have here a curves. Maybe this is an arc, and also this is an arc, and this is also a curve. If you want to have this shape through sub-D object, this is a command called sub-D sweep 1 or sub-D sweep 2. The difference between sub-D sweep 2 or sub-D sweep 1, this one have 2 paths, and this one has 1 pass only. Okay, so what I mean is someone is asking, can I make a rectangle section extend a circle to make a contour wall frame? Of course we can make this. I'm going to explain what is sweep 1 and sweep 2. I'm going to return it later. Okay, so if I want to apply the command sweep 1 and sweep 2, I have these curves, a degree with 2 or 3 maybe, something like this. I want to make a copy. If we press Alt on this curve and drag it to Z direction, I have this curve. Okay, so I can draw a curve between this curve, something like this. We can change, we can rebuild this curve, maybe 3 control points, and we can change it, and we have something like this. Rebuild this curve, and maybe we have this shape. Okay, so I'm going to apply here the command called sub-D sweep 1 or sub-D sweep 2. Sub-D sweep 2, sub-D sweep 2 rails or paths. It's the same idea. I'm going to select first rail, the second rail, the first section, the second section, and we have this shape. So this is the difference between sub-D loft and sub-D sweep 1. So we don't want to forget, every time we apply sub-D loft or sub-D sweep 1 or sub-D sweep 2, we should rebuild the curves if we need to apply the command in the right way. We don't always rebuild the curves that we have in Rhino. So if I need to rebuild my curve, it should be better to before I am applying the command, I should rebuild the curves and apply the command sweep 1 or sweep 2 or loft. Okay, so I have this shape. This is sweep 1, and sorry, this is sweep 2. Sweep 1 had only one rail. If we have this shape, I'm going to copy this one. I'm going to make sure my snap is turning on. I'm going to copy this curve here. I'm going to apply a command sweep 2 or sweep 1 maybe. Sweep 1, this is the rail I want. This is the section I want. I have this shape. In here, we apply a command sweep 1, not sweep sub-D. This is sub-D Nurbs. Sorry, this is a sweep 1 with Nurbs. Okay? If we want to apply this one with sub-D sweep 1, sub-D sweep 1, select the rail, select the section, and we have this shape. He did not give me the same shape I have here down because I have a draw this section here. Okay, So this is the idea about subd sweep 1 and subd sweep 2. Okay, if we want to have this a wall, we can also apply a command called offset subd, and we should give a thickness for this wall. We should be careful when we are changing the faces of the subd. I'm changing this part, for example. This is no problem for changing it, and also this will be no problem. When is the problem happen? If we change this face and we have something like this. This is a very big problem if we have subd object an intersection loop of faces. It makes a lot of problem when we have this type of problem. Okay, so we want to be careful if something like this happen. Okay, I'm going to talk about I'm going to return the shape. Someone asked if I want not to be a circular section, I want to be a rectangle section, for example. Okay, I'm going to select this one. I'm going to delete it. I'm going to select this curve. I'm going to apply a command loft command. I'm going to isolate this. And we're going to go to the facade left or right maybe. I'm going to apply contour. So I have 10,000 maybe. Okay, this curves. I want this curve should be not a circular section. I want a rectangle section. So in this idea, we have many problems in Rhino in this idea if we want a circle section. So I usually use, I download a script from a website. I will send it in the end of the webinar. If we have something in window title called tools, we open it. We open something called Rhino script. Something called Rhino script we should load. You can download this script from the internet. Many websites have different script. We apply here the command called multi-rectangle pipe. So if we press here, add, and we should have apply the command called okay, we should apply the command multi-rectangle pipe. So I have the length side and also the width side and the angle also. I'm gonna apply here maybe 800 and also 800, and we have, I'm going to make it bigger a little bit, multi-rectangle pipe, maybe 1000. If we see here, we have a multi-rectangle section, not a pipe section. Okay, so this is the idea. If I want not a pipe rectangle, we have this shape. Okay, someone asked me if I want to add lunchbox. Sure, no problem with that. I'm going to add lunchbox in the end of the webinar, or you can download it from Food for Rhino. Okay. There is a command and we can apply here in subd object. I didn't talk about it. We have a command called bevel. Command bevel, it makes the sharp edges. I'm going to give it an example. If we have now a new command, I'm going to apply it, called bevel. The bevel command, when we have something like this, maybe a box, okay, a subd box, The bevel command make a chamfer between these edges. We have the sub-D box. I'm going to apply the bevel on edge loop. So if we apply bevel in this edge, we have this shape. So this is the idea of the bevel command. So someone was asking, is the same command of 3ds Max and Maya? Sort of, but not all the commands, because 3D Max and Maya has also different commands, but is the same technique of idea of thinking in modeling. Okay, so this is the idea of bevel. When we apply bevel, we should apply bevel on loop edges. We shouldn't apply bevel on one loop. This will make a problem, so we should, if we want to apply the bevel command, we should apply on a full loop. Okay, so what I mean is, if we will have this shape, I want to make a command bevel. If I want to select this loop, for example, I'm going to apply the command bevel. So we have this shape. If we want to understand better this idea of the command, we should press here the command tab. We have this shape. This is a box mode. Okay, so I'm going to apply this command in bevel, and we have this shape. This shape, maybe we could scale it, or we could extrude this one. It has many ideas. Okay, so this is a chamfer, the command. Oh, sorry, not the chamfer command, bevel command. Okay. If we want to delete this one, also, we should delete this one, and also this one, and we have this shape. If I want to have these sharp edges, not smooth edges, what should we do? We should select all the loop, and we apply here a command called add crease. Crease word mean box mode. This is a crease mode, we can call it. This smooth mode. So when we add a crease, all the edges become, say for example, if you want to add a crease, these edges, add a crease, not applying, we should also apply this. I'm going to select this one, I'm going to add a crease, and we have mixture between smooth and box mode. So this is the idea of add a crease. If we remember this command, it shows with command bridge. When we apply in the command bridge, it has this word called crease. So I can select this one, bridge, I can select this one, bridge, and we have it, crease, one segment only, and we have this shape. Okay. The most important in sub-D modeling or fluid form and the proportion of the curvature of the shape. If we don't have a good proportion for this shape, we don't actually get a good project or from sub-D modeling. Okay, so this is the idea of proportion of the curvature. Okay, so we can add here remove a crease, maybe we can add here remove a crease. We should keep the crease. Okay, yes, we can apply a perpendicular line on the end of the curve. We can apply a perpendicular frame in the end of the curve in a grasshopper, sure. Okay, so I have this shape, and we can duplicate edge, and we can join it, and we have patch command. We have this shape, or we can loft it. There are many ways to change this form. Okay, the command I did not talk about, we have something called subd multipipe, and we have, if we remember, we have something called insert edge loop, and we have something called insert point. Okay, so the command, I'm going to start the command multipipe. Okay, I'm going to leave this for now. If we draw a simple curve, rectangle curve here, and we're gonna Ctrl Alt and copy it, Z direction, I'm going to draw a simple curve here, and a simple curve here, also this one, and also this one. Okay, so if I want to have this curve, I'm going to apply a pipe command on these curves. Okay, if I apply the command pipe on this shape, no, not this one, this is too much. Okay, when we apply here the command pipe, we have a little bit of problem, the ending issues of pipe. Okay, so this is a problem of the command pipe. It did not trim the edges of the command. Okay, so if I don't want this result, I'm going to compare this one. I'm going to apply command here pipe. I'm going to leave it like that. I'm going to apply here the command called with subd multipipe. So multipipe, we can here write the number that we want, and we can here do not cap, on cap, press OK. I'm going here structure division. Structure division, we should here put a number 0 maybe. Okay, and we have this shape. So the difference between multipipe and pipe, that it takes all the curves and make it into one object. And here the command pipe only takes every edges of the curve, every segment of the curve takes one. This is a pipe, and this is also a pipe, and this is also a pipe. This is the problem in pipe command, and this is the multi-pipe command. We can also see here in tab on the keyboard, we can also the box mode and also the Nurbs mode. Not the Nurbs mode, sorry. Box mode and smooth mode. Okay, so this is the idea of multi-pipe. I want to explain the last idea about this building. If I want to apply the command like Boolean difference and Rhino Nurbs tools, we should apply the command called toNurbs. So we have all this shape converted to Nurbs object. If we drag this a little bit, we have this shape. So this shape is a Nurbs object. This is a subd object. Now we can apply, for example, we have this box, and we can select this one and intersect this box with this shape. We can apply here the command Boolean difference, diff Boolean difference, select this shape and select subtract, and we have this shape. So we can apply the Rhino Nurbs command on sub-D object. After we apply the command to Nurbs, we have a Nurbs object. The clean Nurbs object, or clean typology of Nurbs object, if we have this is a clean object and a clean typology, and Nurbs also should be a clean typology and clean surface. Okay, so if you want to select the surface and apply on it paneling tool and Lunchbox and many other plugins, we should try it on this one. Okay, so this is the idea of Nurbs and sub-D. Okay, the main problem is if we convert this shape to a mesh and we have more polygons. Here was did not make any problem. We have this shape converted to a mesh. So don't forget, if we want to convert sub-D object to a mesh, we have a command called mesh. If we want to convert a sub-D object to a Nurbs, we apply the command to Nurbs. Okay, so this is a flexible way to change between sub-D object and mesh object and also Nurbs object. Okay. If we want to export sub-D geometry to 3ds Max or Unreal Engine, there are many ways to export. There are many ways to export this shape into a 3ds Max or Unreal Engine. If we select this object, we have a file, export selected, and we have many types of object. We should export it OBJ or FVX, motion builder, or we can export it 3ds. Okay. Sometimes it make a little bit of problem when we export from Rhino to 3ds Max. So if you want the best, I usually export the best way in Rhino. I export DWG. DWG is the best way to export from Rhino to other program. Okay, so this is the idea of sub-D and exporting and with other programs like 3D Max and Unreal Engine. Okay. So I'm going to talk about the last command. No, not the last command. Actually, we have many commands also. We should apply it on the other exercise. Okay. I'm going to talk about the last command on this object. If I want to offset this faces, yeah, we have something like this. I'm going to screenshot. So I have this shape, for example, and I want to offset it on sub-D face. We have a command called inset. Command inset make an offset of sub-D face, and we have this shape. So if I apply this one, I'm going to control this one, I don't need it, and we should apply command here inset sub-D edges, and we have two ways to inset. We can inset it in group. We can inset it every face single or group. If we apply here group, I'm going to inset edge. The command did not work because I have very big scale. Okay. I'm going to scale it a little bit. Also scale it. Maybe this command now work. Inset edge. Didn't work. Okay, never mind. I'm going to apply it in the next exercise. Okay, I'm going to talk about exercise. Someone asked me a question. Do you would be exploring sub-D as a grasshopper will? Sub-D in a grasshopper is not is not is not does not have all the commands we have in sub-D tools. If you want to explore sub-D in a grasshopper, there are many ways to explore it. I'm going to open a grasshopper a little bit so I can answer the question. I'm gonna leave the grasshopper open. I'm going to return it in the end of the webinar so I can talk about grasshopper and its connection to sub-D. Yeah, sure. We want a break for 10 minutes. No problem. I'm going I'm going to stop for 10 minutes. I'm going to get back. 10 minutes or 15 minutes, whatever you like, no problem.
Let's just do 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, can we start? Okay, let's complete. Before I complete, I forgot to mention, if anyone who like to join my group, I have a Facebook group called Rhino Grasshopper Workshop Webinar. Feel free to join my group on Facebook. I'm going to start with this exercise. Okay. Before I'm going to start, I will answer the questions. What is the best workflow model to kind of organic form, sub-D and Rhino some function in Grasshopper, like contour wall frame? To visualize, what is the best contribution we can use, Rhino and Lumion? There are many ways uh, the best workflow of organic form. There is no specific way, but I can explain to you. Any project we have a specific command so we can build it. So we can make a sub-D project from one command or two commands, for example, from a sub-D loft, and also the main basic command for offset, sub-D offset, and other commands maybe. We can make all the project extrude sub-D. We can also makes the sub-D project with the sub-D and sweep 1 and sweep 2. There is no specific way to make a best organic sub-D shape. Where I'm going to explain this exercise, you will understand what I mean. Okay, I'm going to start with this shape. I have multi-copy. So the final shape is this one. I'm sure everyone saw it on Instagram. So this is the final shape of sub-D. If we remember, if we press tab on the keyboard, we have a box mode, and this is the smooth mode. Okay, so how I draw this organic form? I'm going to show you the final product of sub-D model. Sub-D. This is the final product of exercise. Okay, if we press tab here, we have the box mode and we have the smooth mode. So let's get back to the real project. Okay, so let's start. When we have this kind of project, the main idea, or the best idea to start this kind of project, we should have a curve, not a curve actually, a 2D drawings that have a different kind of curves, like 2 or 3 curves. And the main idea of this shape is the proportion and the curvature of the curve. If you want to have a good proportion, we have a good sub-D object or sub-D modeling, and a very good proportion organic form. Okay, for example, this shape, I'm going to delete this one, for example, or hide it. I explain a little bit. If you want make a sub-D loft, we have this curve for example, and we have this curve for example, and we are going to make a sub-D object between these curves. We can apply here command called sub-D loft, right? and we have this shape. We can apply here the command corners. We have this shape. Okay. But now, if we have a complex shape, something like this, maybe, and we want to convert this shape to a sub-D. If you want to make this shape to a sub-D, if we cannot here apply the command sweep, or we cannot apply here the command loft, because we have complex shape. So we have many options to do this form in sub-D. We have a sub-D, something called sub-D plane. We can draw here from 3 points sub-D plane, and we can drag it, and we get this shape. And we open box mode so we could see the shape of the sub-D. Okay, so we can drag it, and we can turn on the control point of sub-D object, and we can select this control point of the object and drag it on the curve so I could snap it on the shape of this curve. So I can also select this edge and extrude this one and also this one. We can also scale this one, and we can also extrude this one and scale it, and like a T-zip line. Exactly. Okay, we have this shape. Okay, so the shape I have here, sub-D, is not the same shape the curve I have. So what should I do? I'm going to press here tab. I'm going to turn on the control point of sub-D object. I'm going to select the point. I'm going to apply here. I'm going to keep dragging this control point of sub-D object to have the shape that I want it. Okay, so I can move it. I can also do this and move this one to here. And we can move this control point to here. And this one. And this one. We have a problem here. We need also here an edge in this area so we could have the same curvature of sub-D, the curve we have. Okay, so we could here apply a command here, insert point. If we remember, we need to have a clean typology, so we could insert point from here, from here, from here, and we can add it here. Okay, so we can change this control point and move it up a little bit to here, and we can also change this point and drag it to here. Okay, we have also this one and also this one. So we get this shape. Okay, so the problem is now that the end of sub-D shape, I have it smooth. So what we should apply here is a command. We should apply here the command called add crease. The command add crease, I'm going to select the smooth edges that I don't want in this sub-D shape. I'm going to select this one and this one. I'm going to apply add crease and take the shape of the curve and also this one here, add a crease, select the edges, and we have this shape. And also this one. We have here a problem. We don't want this kind of edges look like this. We can select this one and we can apply command remove crease. Instead of add crease, remove crease. And we have this shape. Okay? I want to talk about idea, the command called extrude sub D. There is a problem with this command. If we extrude, if we have something like this, a planar surface, surface Nurbs, and we can apply here a command extrude the surface, so I can extrude the surface to a box. Okay, this is a Nurbs. So if I apply the extrude command on sub D, it gives me the shape of extrude, but it has one problem. If we look the other side of the shape, we have an open shape. This is not the result that I wanted. So this is a problem of extrude and sub D object. If we have an open sub D and make it extrude sub D object, we have this problem. So do not apply here a command called cap, so you could close sub D object, because it has no clean typology. We have this curve, sorry, not this curve, sub D edge. We don't need it. We don't need these edges. You are going to delete it one by one because you apply the command cap. So command cap in sub D is not preferred to use it in sub D modeling. Okay? So this is the idea of command cap and sub D. So what should we do? The best idea we should try a command called offset sub D. We can select the error we have. We should try maybe 4 meters. Okay, that's great. We can select the faces and we can drag it and change it, the shape that we want it. Okay? If we have a problem with the curvature of smooth organic forms, we can select the loop and delete it. And we can also select the loop here and we can also delete it. So this is the idea of extrude sub D and offset sub D. Okay? So this shape I have it from sub D plane or sub D plane. I have a tracing the curve, so I could get the shape of sub D. Okay. So when I have in this form, I have overloop sub D faces in this shape. So what should I do if I want to make this shape again? I'm going to isolate this curve, isolate this shape. I'm going to lock it so I could draw. I'm going to apply the command project so I could stay in X and Y and not Z. Okay, so I'm going to apply here sub D plane in this shape. For example, we have something like this, and we want to apply the same idea because we have a complex shape. I'm going to extrude it, extrude the edges, and also this one and this one. And we want to change the edges. We can add a crease. We can here we don't want the same shape exactly. We want the idea of overlapping. So we could also extrude this one, and also this one, and also this one. We can change this. We can drag this one, and we can apply the box mode, turn on the control point, and snap the vertices on the object. Same object we have. We need here an edge. We can apply here insert edge, and we can also apply this form. Okay, we could also set view, change the vertices location, and we can also this one, and we can extrude this one, and extrude this one, and extrude this one, scale this one also. Going to apply the command bridge, so I can connect this one and this one, and we have this simple shape. Okay, we can drag it, and we have this shape, for example. Okay, so when I have this shape, for example, I have the clean typology of this shape. So the main idea of this exercise that I draw a sub-D plane, and I'm going to copy it 4 meters, 4 meters, 4 meters, and we have this shape. Hold on a second. There's a problem. Okay, we have this shape. So the problem with this shape that we draw is the proportion and the curvature of sub-D. So I'm going to get back to the same shape that I have. Okay, I did not draw it that well. I'm going to use this shape. I'm going to unlock. I'm going to use this one. Okay, so we have a little bit of problem here. We can fix this problem by insert point in here. There is a problem here. Hold on a second. There's a problem with this shape actually. We can leave it like that, no problem. Okay, because this is not a clean typology. Maybe every types is not very clean. Okay, no problem. Never mind. Okay. If you want to use this one, and we can extrude it, and we have to have the final form that we want. Okay, so the main idea of the exercise, so we could apply this 4 meters and 4 meters and 4 meters. I'm just copying it, this shape that I have. So we want this form has an over selected faces and turn it up. So I could 0 scale this one to X and Y, and move vertical to the ground, this shape, and now I can copy it 4, 4, and also 4. Okay, and we have this shape. Okay, so second idea, I should select sub D object, this one and this one and this one, and I should apply the command called offset sub D, so I give thickness to this floors 0.5 maybe. This is good. Okay, so when we apply thickness to this form, we have something like this. I'm sorry, there is a problem with the material. I'm going to delete this material. Okay, this is much better. So we have this shape. Okay, so every floors we want to make a connection between every floor. Before we make a connection, we should play on the faces of sub D object on the last roof. We should pull this up and we could move it down a little bit, and we can select it alone, isolate, and we can also select this one and move it up a little bit. We have this kind of roof in the last floor. Okay, or we can also change this one and this one. We have this shape. Okay, so I'm going to make connection between two floors. I'm going to select this one and also this one. When we want to connect these floors, what kind of commands we have? We have a bridge, and we have a command called stitch we're going to talk about later. So I'm going to talk about here bevel and bridge command. I'm going to select edge loop of this object. Okay, and edge loop, apply a command called bevel. Okay, so I could bevel these edges here. Okay, and also I'm going to apply command bevel. So I could have this shape. Okay, so I'm going to run the command bridge between. Bevel, the idea of bevel, it gives me more faces that I have. Before bevel I have these faces. Okay, when I apply bevel I have this face and also this face. So I could apply here the command called bridge. I can select the face here. I could also, sorry, I undo this step. We could apply here bevel. This is a problem with distance. We have this shape. We can apply here a bridge. We can select this one, and we can also select this one. And we have this shape. Okay, so we can also repeat this idea on this area. We can also apply bevel, and we can also select this one and this one and bridge it. So we have this shape. Okay, we can also apply a bridge again, and this area is not floor, we can call it, so we can bridge it, the face here and the face here. The first one space, second one space, and we have something like this. And a small area, we should apply a bridge into it, this one. And also this one. And we could connect also this one. and this one maybe, and connect this one and this one. Okay, so this is the shape that I wanted. We have something like this. Okay, so I'm going to complete this idea, also bridge, and we have this shape. So I have spaces between every bridge, right? So I could close the spaces. We could select the loop here. Hold on a second. I apply the command not in the right way. Okay, this is the right way. We have this shape, for example, and we want to close this shape. We could select loop, this one, and we have many edges that are selected. Okay, there is a problem here when I apply the bridge command. I usually take this edge and select only the part from the outside. When I click select loop, it has been selected all the edges that I have in the floor. Okay, that's the problem in the bridge command. So I'm going to apply the bridge command another place so you could understand this one and this one, for example, and this one and this one. Now now if we want to close this area, there is not going to be a problem. We can select loop here. We can apply command here called duplicate edge. We will have this curve, and we can close it sub D. We can close it patch, or we can close it loft. If we want to close it in loft, we should split this one into two curves, this curve and this curve, and we can loft it, and we have this shape. I'm gonna press show, and we have this shape, for example. Okay, this is the main idea how I made these floors. If we get back to the main exercise, if you want, select this one. It's the same idea. Also, we have face here and face here, and we can bridge it. So we could have the same here. How I made this one, actually, I bridged the faces. Same idea, but when the last roof, it was modified, so I can. This was a sub-D object, and this is what sub-D object, and I bridge these two sub-D objects so I could have same floor. Okay, so this is the idea of floors we have. Okay, so if I want to close this one, same idea. We can apply the command patch, or we could apply the command duplicate edge, isolate, sorry. We can apply here isolate, and we can split this curve into two objects. We could left curve. I'm going to make show. Oh. There it is. Okay. And we have this shape. Okay. So this is the idea of this exercise. We can also apply material here. We can here add material, glass, and we have this shape. No, not like that. This one. Okay. So let's get back to this one. If you want to work on this one, and we had overloop faces in this shape, what should we do? The main idea, we should first of all delete this one, and we can delete this loop. This loop we should delete it. There are many curves we have here. We should delete this one, and we can also delete this one. I don't need it. We should bridge this one, this edge with this edge, and we have this shape. And we can also select this edge, and we have this shape. We want to make sure it's an X and Y. It's a little bit raised, so I can press the scale icon scale, cube icon. We can write down 0, and we have this shape. So before we do that, I forgot something. I should make a copy of this shape. Let's say on this shape, I'm gonna make a copy of it, and I'm going to repeat the same. Delete this one, and also delete this one. Bridge. Select the edges. Select first one, second one, first one, second one, and we have this shape. We can select the sub-D object, and we can zero it, scale 0, and we have this shape. So also we get 4 meters, 4 meters, 4 meters. In this exercise, I have a tower on this part. I don't remember actually, maybe here. Okay, so I'm going to move this up, and also 4 meters. We can apply here the same idea. We could also select the sub-D object, and this one, and this one, and this one, and we can apply the command called sub-D offset. Sub-D offset. Offset sub-D, move sub-D offset. Okay, so we have this shape, and we have the last one. We can select this loop. We can delete it if it has any problem. We can also delete this one, and you can also select this one. Maybe you can delete also this one, and we have different fluidic form. Okay, so you can also select this one from here and move it up a little bit. Maybe we could select the edge, not the face. This is much better. And we have this shape. Okay, so this is the shape I wanted. Okay, we can apply here also same idea. Bevel on the full loop. We can select this one and this one, and we can apply here bevel, and we can apply here also bevel, and we can bridge this face with this face, and we have this shape, and we can apply here bevel, bevel, and this one, and we can close it by command patch or loft. Sometimes the patch command do not make the surface that we want, so we should select the edge loop, duplicate edge, isolate. We want a specific form that we want. We can select here the curve, we can rebuild it, 3-point maybe. We can have this shape something like this, and we can select all of these and patch, and we have this shape. That's the shape we wanted, and we have something like this. Okay, so we could also apply here material, for example, and we can make a reflection and transparency for this glass. Okay, so we have this shape. So I'm going also to make this one, but I have a problem here that this is intersection this sub-D object with other sub-D object. So what is the problem here? What should we do? We should try isolate this one and isolate this one so we could understand the connection between them. So the first one, it's going to be not we don't use this object. We should maybe we could delete this one also, and also this one. Okay, so we can move it up. For example, I'm going to move it up to the last floor, move vertical to here. Okay, so I'm going to apply here offset sub-D. Okay, I'm going to apply the command bridge here, so I connect this floor with this floor here, maybe with this one. Okay, no, not this one, maybe with this one, much better. Okay, so we have this shape at the same floor that we have. Okay, so this is the idea that we want. We should also make a copy before we do this idea. Okay, the tower in the exercise, this was something like this, that the shape that I want, and I just copy it for and we have this shape. We could also copy another one, and we could select all of these, and we can try offset sub-D, and we can also bevel this one, and we can also bevel this one. Okay, so we can bridge this one also, and we can bridge this one, and we can also this one. For example, bridge command does not apply on one face. We could apply in many faces, but should have the same number that we are applying. The sub-D should have the same faces that we applying into. So we should apply the command bridge here, this one and this one, and this one and this one. And we have this shape. We have a problem here. We can select this one and we can apply command remove crease. So we could have this shape. Okay, so also we can remove crease this one and we have this shape. Okay, we can select loop and we can close it by command patch. Okay, so this is the idea how I make this exercise. Anyone have any question on this exercise? Please tell me any question. Okay, no question. Okay, no problem. So this is the idea of I'm sorry, I have a problem. Never mind. Okay, I'm going to someone asking me how to make this. This is a conceptual project. Uh, it's not. This is not a real project actually. This is just conceptual. This is depends on what client you have and something someone as a visually client. So it depends. Okay, I'm going to talk about this shape, how I made it, and sub-D. Okay, so I'm going to select this one. I'm going to try it again. Okay, okay, let's start. So I'm going to select this one, this faces, and we should delete this one. We don't need it actually. Maybe this is much better. And we can delete this one. Okay, so we could select this one. And okay, so I'm going to copy this shape vertical. This is what I need, and I can scale it, and I have this shape. And we want also this shape, and we can select this one without bridges. Well, it's going to be a problem, so I'm going to select it. So there's other way to select. We could select this one. Perfect. We can copy it, vertical, and we have this shape. So I'm going to hide this one. Okay. This has many subdivided, so I can delete some of it I don't want. So I could have a nice curvature of this sub-D plane. Okay. I can drag this a little bit, and we have this shape. Okay, before we bridge this shape with this shape, we could apply here a command called offset sub-D, and I'm going to make it from down, and we have this shape. This is a shape. I'm going to describe you in Sketch. And hold on a second. Okay, let's explain here what I want to do. I want to make something like this and connect it to the tower that I have here. So we can apply we apply here something called sub-D offset, and we can drag this face so we can have the height that we want. This is the first idea how we can make it. We have another idea. We should select the loop only. Okay, when we select the loop, and we can draw another curve in the air, and we can loft this curve so we could have the sub-D shape that we want from level 0 to level 4 meters. Okay, so this is the shape that we want, and between this area we should apply the bridge command and the bevel command on this shape. Okay, so we could select this one. Hold on a second. I have lost the file. Okay, there it is. So I was talking about we should select the loop of this edge. We can add a crease, first of all, this one. So the first idea, we could pull this up, maybe something like this. Okay, and pull every face that we want in the height that we wanted. So this idea takes a lot of time if you want to do it. So if you want to do it another way, we should first of all add a crease to these edges and also these edges, and we could select this one, and we can apply a command called offset sub-D. Now before we apply command offset sub-D, we should delete some of the edges that we don't want. We don't need this one, and we could delete also this one, Let's keep this one. Maybe we could delete this. And also this one. Okay. So we can also try this idea of level up this one, and we can also drag it. But it turns out the same problem that we have here. So what I'm about to do here is going to apply here offset sub D command. Going to select this loop. Going to duplicate edge. I'm going to select this curve. Join it. So I have this curve here. So we can move it up a little bit, rebuild it. I have 121. So I could rebuild it 100. And not 100, maybe we could rebuild it 20, let's see. Okay, 20 is good. We can move this curve, move vertical, and drag it down. We could also this one. We can delete unnecessary. And we have this shape. So when we have this shape, we can also copy it and project it, move vertical into this shape. We can select this one and this one. Let's move it up a little bit. We can select this one and this one, and we can apply the command. We should delete this. We don't want it. Sub D loft. And we have this shape. Okay. And we can also move, or we can copy vertical and this one. We could also here change this one and maybe also this one. We can apply here the command offset sub D to this direction, maybe 3 meters, or let's say 12. No, not 12. Maybe 6 is good. Okay. We can change this one also, and also this one, and we can move it up. We can delete it, and we have this shape. Okay. So I'm going to offset sub D something this floor 0.3 or 0.4 maybe. Okay, I'm going to bridge this one with this one, and we have this shape. There's a problem here in the proportion we don't want, so I'm going to change it. So I'm going to drag it. My gamble axis is not the right way. I don't want to make this. This is wrong. So the best way we can do this, we can select the face here, and we can select press right button on gamble, align to object, and we have this arrow right here. We can select it, and now we can bridge this face and this face, and we have this shape. Okay, so also we can try to pull this up a little bit, also align to C plane. Let's keep it like that, and we have this shape. So I'm going to rise up this, and 4, also 4, and we have an offset sub D. not append mode, but article mode. Okay. I'm going to show, and we have this shape. Instead of this one, this is kind of different. It's the same idea, how we make it. Okay. Anyone have any question? About this exercise? Because I want to open another exercise. Okay. But I forgot an idea. I'm going to talk about the last idea about this stairs that I made. A simple stairs. I'm going to select the main curve that I have. Not this one. I don't know where I can find it. Okay, there it is. Okay, let's see. I have here, if you look the main project or main exercise in this one, I'm going, but here's the, this is explained. This is how we made the main exercise, and I want to explain how I made these stairs right here. Okay, we're gonna apply the command here called tween curves. I'm gonna write it down. There is the command. So tween curve, we can draw this type of stairs in this shape. Okay. Okay. I'm going to get back to the real. Okay. Let's start with this shape. I'm going to duplicate this shape, duplicate edge, and also this one, duplicate edge. I'm going to hide this one and also hide this one. So I have two shapes of curves that I want to apply a command called tween curve between them. So before we apply a command tween curve, we should apply a rebuild command between two curves. So I'm going to apply command rebuild. I'm going to apply, we have 24, we should apply maybe 30. Okay, this is good. We're going to apply a command tween curve. Tween curve needs a direction for shape of the stairs. So we have a little bit of problem here. We could make the stairs maybe. There's a problem here. We can try 10 maybe. Let's see if we can change. No, not like this. It's kind of cool actually, but I don't want this shape. Maybe 10. Okay, this is kind of cool. Maybe let's keep it 20, and we can delete the curve. Okay, we have this shape, so this curve will delete it, and we can delete this one and also this one. So we have this shape of curves. We can close this one right here and close this one right here. We can apply here the command called curve boolean. Curve boolean, we can select all the curves we have, and we can select the region that we want. So curve boolean is a command. If you have intersect curve between each other, we can select this face and also this one, this one, this one. So every region that I am selected, it's going to convert it into surface. So when we have, so I'm going to make it curve boolean again. I'm going to select this one, and we have a surface here. And we have a surface. Okay, so I'm going to select this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, also this one. I'm going to extrude it. Maybe okay, we have this shape, so I'm going to move it, move vertical, move vertical, this corner, and move the vertical this corner, and move vertical at this corner, and also okay, last one. We have changed it to scale. This is not scale of stairs. Okay, no problem. Okay, we want to close this shape of stairs. We should select the top of the stairs, this one, Control Shift, press the keyboard Control Shift also, Control Shift, this one, and also this one. And we could move it down, something like this. We have been selected all these surfaces, something like this, and we can scale it down to 0. And we can move vertical this shape, so we could have something like this. And we have the stairs here. Okay, so this is the stairs that I want. I'm going to show we have this shape. So I have raised it up the stairs a little bit, so it's not stairs actually now, stadium. Okay, no problem. So this is the idea how I make this exercise. So we don't want to forget, if I want a good curvature modeling organic shape, we should have a 2D drawings that have the same curvature that we want to get the same result and same proportion. Okay, so this is the idea about exercise. So I'm going to talk about another exercise I have done. I'm going to share a screen to the new exercise, this one. I don't usually actually start plans or elevation. There is no specific way to start. So you can start with plans, you can start with elevation, you can start with section maybe. But the main idea, you should have a 2D drawings before you start modeling in sub-D. Sub-D model, you can start sub-D modeling with sub-D box, or without any plans, but it's really hard to have the fluid shape that you want without 2D drawings or elevation. Okay, so I'm going to show you the process of the project that I draw. The project that I draw, I have drawn a simple 2D drawings that I want, and I draw it in this way so I could have this shape. Okay, so I'm going to show you the final result before we start. So I'm going to apply a command clipping plane to make a section of this project. I'm going to isolate this shape. Going to apply a command clipping plane We could select this one. Someone asking, I know the Hadid workflow for fluid geometry include Maya. Can we achieve the kind of precision for real-life projects through 3D modeling? Yes, sure. But you should not everyone accepting 3D modeling in offices, but many many people work in Zaha Hadid company and have used Maya and 3D modeling and Rhino. So they are using the Rhino 6 version, not the 7 version, before the 3D is existed. So they are having these shapes and something complicated, more this shape that I explained earlier. Okay, going to make a small section here. I'm going to rotate this one also. Okay, I'm going to take front maybe. Okay, this is interesting. This is a small section of what we have. Okay, we can apply here command sum so we can see the section, and we have this shape. Okay, good. So I'm going to start for this exercise how I made it. Before we start, I'm going to open a file I have done another exercise. I'm going to start explaining the exercise before this one, so I'm going to open it now. Hold on a second. I have a problem here. Okay, never mind. I will open it in the end of the webinar. So, I'm I'm going to start talking about this exercise. So we have this simple plan that I draw with a simple curve. So okay, I have changed the plan when I draw this 3D sub D. We have an entrance here. We have here a core, and here a core, another one here. We have 3 cores and the entrance here. Okay, so what am what about start here? I have started the project from the interior to the exterior, not from the exterior. So what I want to do, I want to make a wall entrance here in the beginning, and also this one, and this one, and this one. Okay, so this is the entrance that we want. I'm going to delete this one, and this is the floor that I want. Okay, so I'm going to start with this shape first. We can delete this one and this one. So this is the diagram I have analysis, so I can understand the plan in the right way. Okay, so if I copy this one, let's say 4 meters maybe, and we can apply here on this shape sub D loft, okay, to make the entrance of the building. Before we can apply command sub D loft, we should apply rebuild on this shape. We have 64, we could try 20 maybe. Okay, 20 is good. We can apply here command sub D loft, and we have this shape, and we can apply here corners, and we can press on this one. We can select the vertices we have here, and we can move it up a little bit. We can also move this one. We can select this one and select this one and delete it. And we have this shape. We can also delete this one. I can delete this curve. When we want to delete, we should delete both sides, not only one side. We should not delete this one and leave this one alone. We should select this one, and we can delete it. Okay? There is a command that I did not talk about in sub-D tools, a command called reflect. Command called reflect, if we apply it, is something it's similar to mirror command, but is not like the mirror command. We should apply here the command reflect. I should have access for this command. I'm going to draw access with something like this, and select a point for command reflect, and we have something like this. This one is locked, and this one is I can change it. So when I change this side, the other side changes also in the second direction. Okay. If I also select this one, and the other side changes also. Okay. So this is the idea of command called reflect. Okay. So we can also select this one and move it down, and select this one also and move it down, and this one. we can delete these edges, and we have the sub-D object. Okay, and we get the same result that I have here. How we get a thickness for this object? We apply here offset sub-D command, so we could have this thickness to this object. So if you look here, we apply here the same process. We apply here sub-D offset, and also sub-D loft. Okay. So I want to talk about the entrance. We have entrance here, so people could go through here and also could go through here, and we could also go from this part. And if they want to go to the elevator, we can go from here, and here's the elevator one, and the second one, and the third one. Okay, so this is the idea of sub-D plan. So I have here a simple surface. This is not a surface sub-D surface. This is just a Nurbs sub-D, because I don't want this surface to be a sub-D surface. I don't need to. So I could close this floor entirely. I could select all this curves. I can apply the command called curve boolean. I can select all the region, and we have this shape converted to surface. So we have this shape, something like this. Okay. So when I completed this exercise, I have copied something. I have copied this curve and apply also the command loft sub-D, but it didn't work actually. So I keep it a copy. I delete it then. I'm going to talk about this wall. This wall is sub-D. When we used to work with sub-D, we have curvature shapes. We have organic shapes. This is not an organic shape. This is not a fluidic form, actually, but only this part and this wall. So I can also use sub-D modeling for creased object, not only for organic form. Okay, so I'm going to delete this one, not delete it, move it down a little bit. So I could use this curve actually, and I can copy it, maybe 4 meters. Okay, so I apply the command called sub-D loft. Okay, so I have this wall. We can apply here the corners. Press OK. And before we apply here the corners, we should apply here the creases, because we don't have here a smooth wall. We want this kind of wall. Okay, so we could apply here creases, and we have this shape. Okay, we could apply here a command called offset sub-D, and we have a thickness for this one, and we should also apply here a copy, 4 meters maybe, and we can also select this edge, move it down a little bit, and select this edge and move it down a little bit. Okay, if we want more edges in this shape, we can insert edge. We can select this one, and also this one, and we can apply more edges on this shape. We can apply the command bridge command, so I could connect this one and this one, and we have this shape. Okay, so we don't want to make this shape in this area also. We could just mirror the shape, apply the mirror command, so I could have the same shape that I wanted. There is a problem here. I think I made mirror by mistake. This is not yes, I can turn on. I'm going to answer the question. Can I convert NURBS surface to sub D? Yes, yes, but sometimes no. I'm going to show you this idea. When I have, hold on a second. When I have something like this, I'm going to copy it. This is a NURBS curve. NURBS. Oh, this is not NURBS. I'm going to draw this box. I'm going to also extrude this one. I'm going to apply this one. I want to join this one with this one, this object with this object. This is a poly surface, not a sub D object. So what should I do? I'm going to make apply Boolean union command. Okay, I can merge the edges, and I want to convert this to a sub D. Okay, I could convert this shape to a sub D, but there are many steps before that. We can convert this shape. So I'm going to apply a command called mesh, and after mesh we have this shape, and we can apply here command do sub D, and we have this shape. So there is here a problem. If we could see that I have a very bad typology of this shape. Okay, so what is the solution for this idea? We could apply here the command called quad remesh. The command quad remesh, from his name, quad remesh, it means rebuild the mesh to a quad. Quad, it means polygon from 4 edges or 4 segment. Okay, so I can here apply a command quad remesh and target the quad count. We could also change this one. We could type here, for example, 2000, and we can convert it to sub D, and we can apply sub D corners. I'm gonna press OK. So when I have a bad typology, quad remesh rebuild the shape of the mesh and convert every sub D faces to a quad shape. It takes a little bit of time. Okay, we have this shape. So this is the shape I have quad remesh it, and this is the mesh. So this is the answer from converting a NURBS surface to a sub D. So when we have a complex shape, we have this problem. If we have a simple shape, something like this, for example, and we can rebuild it. Not rebuild that way. Maybe 5. Okay, that's great. If we have this shape, okay, and we want to make this one, let's rebuild it more, 10 by 10. Okay, we want to convert this shape to sub D. We have this shape. This is a sub D shape. Our sub D, this is NURBS surface to a sub D object. Okay, so converting NURBS object to a sub D depends on the complex of the shape that we have. Okay, so if it didn't work, we can apply command quad remesh. If it did work, we can apply just from command. We have a sub D object, we can apply the command. We can apply here the command to sub D. Can sub D be used to precisely penalize a facade? Sure, you can use it to penalize a facade, but takes a little bit of time, so there are other ways you could do this without sub-D. Okay, I'm going to complete this one. So I have this wall, also this wall, and also I can complete this one. Okay. Any question we have here in this part? Exactly. Okay, no question. So I'm going to complete this part. I have completed this wall, and also I want to draw this wall. And we have a plan here. We should draw the sub-D walls. Okay, I'm going to move this curve a little bit, and we could delete this one and also this one and also this one, and we have a curve here. If you want to make a wall from this side, we should also apply 4 meters, and we can change the shape of the curve here that we want. We can apply here command rebuild, not rebuild too much, maybe 10. Okay, so we could move this one, and we have something like this. We could select this one and this one. We can apply a command sub-D loft. Okay, so what we did here, we forgot to rebuild these curves all at once. So I'm going to sub-D loft, and we have this shape. See the difference between without rebuild and with rebuild. I'm gonna apply the command here, corners, and we have this shape. I'm going to delete this one. I'm going to mirror this one also. I'm going to select axis for mirror, and we have this shape. Okay, so I can also select this one and this one, and I can delete it, and I can apply the command bridge between this one and this one, and we can turn off the crease, or maybe we could apply here this one, bridge, select the edge, select also this one, and we have this shape. Okay, I want to talk an idea about a new command I did not talk about. If I want to make an edge here, insert edge, and we have this shape, for example, and I'm going to delete this one, for example. Okay, so I have a problem here that I want to fill the hole that I have done. I know the command bridge. We can apply here the command bridge, right? But I don't want to apply the command bridge. I want to apply another command. We have a command called a stitch. Stitch is a command. It's similar to bridge, but it is a bridge between 2 points, not between 2 edges or 2 surfaces. Okay, so we could select this point and this point, and we have something like this. Come on, we can also select this point. Select this point and this point, and we have, and select this point and this point, and we have this point and this point, and we can close this open holes, and we have something like this. So this is other way to close sub-D holes that we have. There is another way also. If we delete this shape, there is a command called fill sub-D hole, we can select this one, an edge, and he fills the sub D hole that I have. Okay, so this is a fill sub D hole. We have also a command called I'm going to see the icons of the command if I have forgot anything. Okay, this is all the commands and sub D tools. We have something called repair sub D. We don't use it actually a lot in a specific project actually. If we have a problem with sub D or sub D object, we can repair sub D. This is the idea of repairing sub D. We have here command fill sub D hole, extrude sub D, offset sub D, reflect sub D also. I have forgotten the command called slide mesh or sub D edge or vertex, and also we have a command called merge faces. This is an important command. So when we have this wall and I want to all the faces become one, I could apply here a command called merge faces, and we have this shape. So we could, if I want to apply the command in the right way, I should select loop faces and apply the command merge faces, and we have this shape. No, it's kind of ugly. No, not like this. Maybe this one. Merge faces. Okay, we have something like this. If I want to make a point from here to here, I should apply the command insert point. This one, between this one, and also this one, and also this one. Okay. Also, I can delete the face loop if I don't want it. The problem with sub D here, if I deleted the faces between this shape and this shape, I have a one sub D object, not this is not sub D object alone and sub D object alone. No, it is a full sub D object. So what should we do if we want to isolate this one? We have many ways to do this. We can select this one and copy it, and select this one and copy it, and we have a separated sub D object, this one and this one. This is a weird idea in sub D actually. Okay, so this is the idea of making a walls of sub D. I should also close this spaces with a planar surface. Okay, so I have this one right here, and I can finally apply the command offset sub D to have this shape. So when I when I was working on the exercise, I have done my walls like this. I should change this one and delete it, and delete this one. This is much better. And we can apply here a command called sub D offset, and we have this shape. Okay. Anyone have any question? Anyone have any questions so I could complete the exercise? Okay. So I'm going to complete this one. So when I draw the floor here, how did I draw it? I'm going to top. I'm going to also apply the command curve boolean We can select all the curves here. I can select this one, for example. Sorry, we shouldn't apply the curve volume when we have a sub-D object. We should apply filter. I'm going to take out sub-D and surface, approach surface. I'm going to take just curves, and we can here apply a curve boolean. We can select all the curves. We can select this one, and I have this shape. Okay, this is a surface that I wanted. Okay, so I could also 4 meters for example, and I have this floor, and we have shape like this. So we don't want to forget, this is the entrance. I'm going to move into the project so you could understand. So this is the entrance we have. So this is a glass. We have something like this. I think maybe I'm going to hide all of this Nurbs surface. If we go from here, we have the main core here, and we also have the main core here. Okay, so this is the idea of the exercise. And if you want to complete this one, I have changed the layers of this surface that we have. How did we get this surface? I'm going to delete this one. I'm going to take this one. I'm going to isolate it. In the last exercise we have done, if we remember, we could select edge loop here and duplicate edge, and we can isolate this curve with this surface. The curve that I want to convert it to a glass. We should apply here a point and draw here a point, and we can split this curve, select this point and this point also, and we have this curve. We're gonna copy it and we're gonna 0 scale it, move vertical. Then I have this shape. I'm going to select this one and also this one. I'm going to left it, and we have this shape. Okay, I have this walls. Anyone have any question about this idea? Okay, so I'm going to hide this one a little bit. So when I completed the walls, I have connected this wall with this wall, and also every 2 walls we have here, I have connected in the bridge command. What I mean here, if I select this one, I can apply here the command called bridge, and we can select this face and also this face, and we connect it to each other. And also we can select this face and also this face, and we have this shape. Okay, so the process I have done here, it also here actually. Okay, so I'm going to complete this one. So when I made these walls here, I have connected these walls between this one and this one. When we have this wall that I have created aerial, and we have this wall also, and we should also join and not join, actually bridge this walls with this wall. How? We can apply here the command bridge. We can select the face here, and we can select this one here, and we have this first face, second face. Oh, sorry, not this one. Another problem where is we apply here the command bevel. When we apply here the command bevel in this shape, we cannot bridge these faces. We cannot bridge this one with this one. So what should we do? We can apply here the command bevel on this shape, and now we can apply the command bridge here, so we could have this shape here. Okay, so we have this shape. Okay, so we want to connect also this one with this one. We can apply here the command bridge. We can select this face and also this face, and we have this connection. I don't want this wall to be on the main core, so I can select this edge and also this edge, and I can move it in this way. So I don't want to move it in this way. I want to select this edge and this edge also, and we can gamble, relocate gamble, and we can move it a little bit. We should also select this edge loop and delete it. Okay, and you could also select this one and move it down a little bit. Alright, so what should I do to make connection between these walls? We can also bridge, apply the command bridge between this wall and this wall. No, it's not good. We could apply the command hey bevel, maybe. Okay, never mind. Let's keep it that way. Okay, so we have this shape here, right here. Okay. Also, I'm going to delete it. This one, I'm going to show you. We can delete this one, and we can apply here. What I have done here is command bridge. We can select this loop, and we can also select this loop, and we can apply here the command bridge. So I could have this shape, and we can change the segment of this shape, and we have something like this. And we can also select this edge and change the direction of the gamble, relocate gamble, and you can apply this one, and also we can change it like this, and we have this shape. So we can here apply the command bevel here also, and we have this curvature like this. Okay, so this is the idea of bridge and exercise. Okay, I'm going to show the main basics wall of the core. I'm going to delete it. So I'm going to select this curve and also these curves. I'm going to apply the command copy, something like this. We can select this one, and also this one. I'm gonna apply command subd loft. When I apply subd loft, we should keep the creases and the corners to get the shape that we want. And we could also mirror this shape. And we can select this one, and maybe we could apply here bridge also, so bridge crease, so we could insert edge here. Could also here. Then I'm going to delete it. Select edge here. Going to delete these curves and delete Also this one. I'm going to delete this edge and this edge and select edge loop. Going to insert edge command and insert edge command and insert edge also, and we have something like this. We should apply the command offset sub d, so apply thickness of this wall, and we have something like this. If we want to this wall to make a connection between this wall that I have drawn, we should apply here a command bridge between, for example, this face and this face. We have something like this, and we can also have a problem with this command. Hold on a second. I should also move it a little bit. We can move it right here. Okay, we can actually insert edge in this area, and we can apply here on both sides. This is much better. We can also insert edge in this area, and we can apply here the command bridge between this one and this one maybe, and we have something like this. And we can also apply the command bridge between this one and also this one. No, not this one. This one and this one, and we have this shape. Okay, so if we too much, we can select the control point and we can relocate gamble, and we can change it. And we have this shape. Okay, anyone have any question? Anyone he want to take a break? Okay, so let's complete. I have this shape, so I also connected this wall with this wall, and also this wall with this wall, so I can get the shape that I want. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, so I'm going to complete here. So when I draw this walls right here, I want to make the other core that I draw here. We have this core and also this one. We can apply here planar surface. We can apply split command. We have this wall, and there is a problem here. Never mind, we can change it. And we have also this wall, and we also have this wall and also this wall. And this is the last one. We can extrude one of these in once, and we should apply here. Okay, so when someone was asking if I want to convert this shape to sub D, I cannot convert this shape to sub D. I should convert it to a mesh. Then when I convert it to a mesh, I should convert it to sub D. And when I convert it to a mesh, it makes a lot of problem. So I don't recommend this convert to convert something from a Nurbs to a mesh, then to a sub D. So the best idea I should do, we could select this curve and we can move it and copy it, and we can select this one and we can apply here also sub D loft. We can add a crease here and corners, and we have this shape. We can mirror it also, and we can move it from here, and we have this shape. Okay, so I want to make a slab here in this shape. Then if we want to explain the top view, I want to screenshot this a little bit. I want to share screen my sketchbook. Okay, so I want to draw a plan here, not a plan, actually a floor, and this is the entrance. So I want something like this, maybe. Okay, and I want this floor, if I want to make a section here, I want something like this. This is the floor. This is the structural element we have here. So we can hold the floor up. Okay, maybe something like this here, and also here, and here, and here. Okay, so let's go back to the main file. Okay, let's see. I have drawn, actually, I'm going to take this shape or why I'm doing this. I'm going to select this shape, duplicate edge, go and set the view, copy. I'm going to copy this one in here, and we have this shape. We can select all these curves and we can join it. I'm going to apply join here, set the view. We could apply here a command called sub D loft. For sub D loft, we have a problem, I think. We should join this one also. I think I have a problem. What is the problem here? Ah, this is a closed curve. Okay, no, never mind. Okay, we can delete this one. We can apply here a command offset, throw point. I think I have a problem here. There is a problem. Never mind. What is the problem with this shape? I'm going to explode it. I'm going to delete this one. Someone is asking how you accessing your commands. Are you using the keyboard shortcuts? No, I'm not actually using the keyboard shortcuts. Every command that I used, I write it down, or I can use it from the icon itself in Rhino. So you can click on the icon command, or you can type it, or you can make your own shortcuts in Rhino. Okay. Anyone have any question? what is the best process you have seen to convert sub-D back to a closed surface or extrusion? Sorry if you have already covered this. No problem. When I have the best idea to convert sub-D object into a NURBS modeling, it's when we have a simple surface. When we have a simple surface or complicated surface, we can convert it to sub-D immediately. If we have a NURBS geometry, a polysurface, the best way I think we should rebuild this shape and draw it again with sub-D. And I don't recommend we use the NURBS object that we have in Rhino and convert it to a mesh, then to a sub-D. Okay, so I was talking about this shape. I'm going to rebuild it. I have a problem here, I think. It's a closed curve, I don't know why. There's a problem here. Also this one. Let's join this curve. Unable to join. That's weird. I'm going to take this curve again from this shape. I can apply here the command duplicate edge. Can apply here the command duplicate edge, isolate, join. We have this shape. Okay, rebuild it. 20, 20. Okay, we can apply here command offset, and we have this shape. We can apply here sub-D loft. Before we do sub-D loft, we can rebuild, then sub-D loft, and we have corners, and maybe this is good, and we have this shape. Okay, this is the shape that I wanted. So I'm going to offset sub-D this floor. I'm going to delete this one. I'm going to move it vertical. I'm going to make this level of floor the same level that I have here. Okay, so I could have this shape right here. Okay, so we have this shape. I'm going to move it up a little bit, maybe something like this. Okay, so if you want to think this is a structural element, load bearing wall, for example, we could bridge this one, this shape, with this shape. No, not here. Maybe this one and this one. Select here, and we can bridge this face with this face, and we have something like this. And we could also select this face and also this face, and we have this shape. We can select edge loop of this corners, and we can bevel it, so we could have a different shape of sub-D. Okay, so this is the shape I want. Okay, I'm going to look into a picture that I want to explain to you, something like this. Okay, this is the shape I wanted. And I'm going to show you another picture that I forgot show you. I don't find it here. We're gonna take a break, not now. I'm going to explain the last exercise I have done. This is the most exercise I have to draw 1 year ago, and it was full project with walls and stairs and every element of the project. If you could see here, I will explain it later after the break. Okay, so let me complete the main shape that I have. So we have this shape that I want. If we apply the command bridge, we have all this in one object. Okay, so if you want to make a connection between this one and also this one, we could also apply command bridge here. So we have a problem, I think. Maybe apply this one and this one. This is much better. Okay, if anyone wants to make a bridge between these faces, and you can also select this one and also this one, and we have this shape. Okay, I don't like it actually. If we could keep it like that, this is much better. Okay, I also copy this shape 4 meters and offset subd and bevel it. Without bevel it, we can just duplicate edge and we can join these edges or this curve, and we can apply here the command called extrude curve, and we have this class right here. You can also copy it vertical, and we can also this one apply 4 meters, and we have this shape. Okay, and we can also here apply the commands that we did earlier in the first exercise. We go to the left or right. We should apply here contour command. I'm going to isolate this. We should select this and this. Apply here the command contour, and we can apply here maybe 0.5, and we can here apply the rectangle or the rectangle by we did area 0.04, and we have this shape, and we can apply here material, for example. Then I have this shape, and I have this shape. Okay, anyone have any question? No question? Okay. Before I want to start with this, okay. So when I extrude this one, there is a question. How can we edit this shape precise if we want a similar user question? What was the user question? Can you tell me what was the user question so I could repeat for you? And there is other question. How we can create the curve segment? I did not understand exactly. What do you mean the curve segment? Create the curve segment. Can you explain to me more? In Maya, we can get more control. It is possible in Rhino. No, actually, and because Rhino 7 sub D geometry is new to Rhino 7. So the tools we have in Rhino is not the tools we have in Maya and Blender. So it's going to be better in the next version, I think, in 8 version and 9 version. That's my answer, actually. That's my knowledge. That's the thing I know about sub D modeling. So this is the main idea. But people now use Maya for sub D modeling, not sub D, because sub D is very something new. So many people have used Maya and not Rhino for sub D modeling. But there is a lot of people also use only Rhino and not using Maya. So this is the main tools only in sub D and Rhino. There is no other tools so we can know about sub D tools. The curves always appear smooth. How do you create corners while using the curve command? Okay, I'm going to answer this question. So when I draw the curves here, something like this, this curve had no segment. It has one segment, all of it. Okay, so I can copy this one, and we can apply here a command called subd. So this is the main idea of we have here. So if we apply here subd loft, we don't have the basic shape of this curve that we have. If we can apply here corners, we have the main curvature that we have, and this areas we should apply here crease, so we could have not crease, sorry, it just shape segment. We should increase this number. We should put here 20 or 10 maybe, so we could have the shapes that we want. I don't know if that's your question, but this is the idea about bare smooths. If you want to make a corners while using the curve command, I can't make a corners when I use a curve command. I can use a corners when I apply a subd loft or subd sweep. If this is the question. Okay, so this is a subd wall, and also this is a subd wall. So I want to make the subd wall connected to the floors that I have here, and also the floors that I have here, and also the floors I have here. So we can also bridge this face with also this face. Then we have this shape, and we can also bridge this shape with this shape, and we have a connection between the wall and the floor that I have here. Okay, we could also repeat this command right here, and we have this shape. And you can also apply as a bridge command, and we have this shape. Alright, so I want to close this shape that I have here. So what I'm about to do here, also I can apply the command bridge here, and I should apply here the command called bevel right here, bevel. So I can bridge this face and also this face. No, not this shape. There's a problem with the bridge command. Let's see if I want to take this face, maybe, and also this face. Okay, this is the shape that I wanted. I have problem here, so I could move it down a little bit so we could have this shape, and I have this type of connection here. Okay, so if I want to all this shape to be this side to be the same side, so on the left side and the right side, we can apply here the command reflect. We can apply here this curve right here, and we have this shape. So if we change this one, we can also change this one too. Okay, so this is the idea of reflect, and we have this shape. Okay, so I have completed this idea, apply it and to all the floors. I'm going and apply command loft, and we can do also walls, and we can copy these walls on all the floors, and we have this building. So the last idea I have done, when I draw the last floor, I draw in the middle simple floor with this shape exactly. I'm going to screen it. Hold on a second. Wait, okay. Okay, so I mean, the last thing I did, I have this shape that I draw, and I have it something like this, and this, and this. And I have subdivided to faces, so I could connect bridge to this floor, and also this floor, and this wall, and also bridge to this wall, and this floor, and this floor. And I have the last roof in this shape. Okay, so the exercise that I have done is not precise kind of conceptual. So I could, if I want to make it be more logical, we could also add walls and add structural element, columns, beams, and other things. So we could apply on this building. Can sub-D surfaces in Rhino imported to Grasshopper to be surface calculation like floor glazing area? Of course, we can when we apply the sub-D command uh, from sub-D to a NURBS geometry, we can apply command to NURBS. When we apply the command to NURBS, we have a NURBS surface. Every NURBS surface we can apply uh, it to a grasshopper. It's very simple. So we could have something like this. Okay? So, can we take a break for 10 minutes? I'm going to leave for 10 minutes. I'm going to get back, okay? So I'm going to stop my share screen for 10 minutes. So I want to explain but one idea. I'm going to after the break we are going to talk about a simple exercise that I have done, and if you have any question you can write it down. I'm going to stop the screen for 5 minutes only. Okay, it's complete. So I was talking about explaining the last exercise, just an idea how I build it and how I can draw it in sub-D. Okay, this is a file. I'm going to show you the best file that I have in sub-D modeling. I draw 1 year ago. Hold on a second. I have plan right here. Like I told you, if you want to work on sub-D tools or sub-D object or geometry, we should have a plan. A plan with curvature curve, have good proportion, so I could make the sub-D geometry look organic and fluidic form. Okay, so we have original project, we have stadium here, we have also stairs and cafe, restaurant, and also bathroom, and also gallery, whatever. So when I draw this project, I have used the sub-D plane command to draw all this wall. So I could have the shape that I want. This shape exactly. So I could apply the command called offset sub-D, and I can apply the command like 4 meters maybe, and I have this shape. Okay, so any change that I want in this wall, I can move it. Hold on a second. There's a problem. Okay, we can change this wall, and I draw also the interior wall. We can also add a crease on this wall. Okay, so this is the idea I have done in sub-D plane, and also I have completed all the elements in this project was sub-D, even the chairs and the tables, everything I have drawn. But when things I did not draw with sub-D was the stairs. I drew it in Nurbs. So when I have drawn designed the interior and make the interior from sub-D, I have extruded, or sorry, offset this wall in the height that I want. And to get this shape. Okay, so this is the process of the project that I have done in sub-D modeling. Okay, I'm going to show you the final product that I have done. I can hide this a little bit, and you can see when I have the floor, it's Nurbs polysurface, and everything else instead of the floor and the outer shell is sub-D modeling. So this is the idea of sub-D modeling, and this is how we can use it with sub-D tools. Okay, so I'm going here to leave yes, Yusra asking, is cool. So your workflow starts with creating detailed plan first and modeling with sub-D. Exactly, that's the idea I was talking about from the first. We should have a simple detailed plan, then we can, from simple detailed plan, we can draw a sub-D geometry. Okay, or we can do this another way. We can have a 3D geometry shape, and we can convert this 3D geometry into a plan, detailed plan, so we can have the shape in logic way. Okay, so I'm going here to end my webinar. Does anyone have any question? Anyone have something didn't understand me very well? I can explain it again. Let me know if anyone have any question.
Thank you so much, Maher. It was really, really fun to see. Really nice workflow.
You're welcome.
Nice to see this use of sub-D in like kind of like a full project. I think it's really interesting. As you see, you're getting lots of hearts and thumbs up there.
Yes. I'm
Nice.
going to answer the final question. At the
Sure.
end, is this whole model being imported to Revit, Rhino inside Revit, and making plans in Revit? Yes, sure. We have a plugin in Rhino called Rhino inside Revit, but it's connected to Grasshopper. So any project in offices like Zaha Hadid company or any another company should have the files converted to a Revit after they done the project itself. So any project in Rhino should be converted to Revit by Grasshopper. Okay. I think I'm done. If anyone have
Yeah, of
any
course.
question,
And for everyone here, as usual, or if you haven't been here before, so when the recording is done, after Zoom processes it, you'll get an email, an automatic email from Zoom, but it's from our name, with the link to watch the recording. So that will happen automatically once Zoom finishes processing it. The amount of time varies. Sometimes it's very quick, sometimes it's long, but Zoom says it will never be longer than 24 hours. So within 24 hours, at some point, you will have an email with a link to watch. Okay, well, thank you, Amir, and until next time, sorry, Maher, thank you, and until next time, I hope we get to see more. And don't forget about next weekend's webinars as well. There's a week left to register for them. Thank you, Walter. You're only writing to us, but thank you for writing for us. To us. Okay, well, goodbye, everybody. Goodbye, Maher.
goodbye,
And,
Michael.
until next time.